Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the WIRA Championships. I have a bunch of team vans and vehicles parked in handicap slots. If you park facing straight to the tents, you are parked in a handicap slot. We do not want to have to tow your vehicles. We want the team vehicles to please move themselves out of the handicap parking. Thank you. Hello again. Thank you everyone who did go ahead and move your vans. University of San Diego, you have 2 team vans packed in the handicapped area. I need those moved as soon as possible. We don't want to have to tow any vehicles here, so please, University San Diego, please move your vans out of the handicapped parking. Thank you.
But I got reassigned to work in your fiance's spot after 7:45. Okay, all right, I'll just hang out. I got here early to help weigh in, but I guess we haven't done it yet. So by all means, please let him do it. This fall. It's not 5 years. It's this year. Or, yeah. Yeah, but we're getting a different remote system. We're not using microgate.
On the water, radio check. 1, 2. Check, check.
Radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Rick, I'm over in the big tent.
Just
bad. I gotta move.
Thank you.
I didn't see the sign was full. I don't quite understand it, but this is smart.
Yeah, wait for everybody to get here and then. Down there. That's where I was. Walk down that way and just check in with the staff. Those barricades right there. Okay. Yeah, down the beach days. Helping the staff at the yeah. Empire. Well, I didn't even know I know. Yeah, we'll just kind of be right down there.
Top of the hill radio check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That's what I would recommend. That's where I'll go. Yeah. That camera, that's not ours. That's right now timers. So they've been here in the past. We just want to make sure that we don't run into their spot.
there's a blinking blue light, right?
I got transfer all this stuff on.
You want me to read it to you?
Can you do a print screen?
So
Well, but we want to actually write it.
Print it. And I can go.
Okay. Because we have people doing that. Race 1, Lane 1, Santa Clara 2.7, 4, SU 16.5.
wait a minute. Race 1. Up Pacific Week. Not up.
Santa Clara, UTI, Orange Coast, State,
Well, because I see that here. I draw it.
Top of the hill radio check. 1, 2, 3.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to WIRA's. We are looking forward to a full weekend of racing. Let's go ahead and get it started with the national anthem. Join us on the beach. Please remove your hats.
On the water radio test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Good morning. Good. Good to see you. Morning. Good morning. How are you? Good. Good. Rick. Yeah. All right. Good job. How are you folks?
Good. On the water radio test. 1, 2, 3,
Your name again.
4, 5.
What's that?
A wheelchair? An overstuffed?
Help yourself.
Pull out my knitting and sit there.
His alter ego.
You're the catalyst, actually. You started the whole thing.
You started all?
I was the one that sicked him on everybody.
Good. Look how far it's growing.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
see. Sun.
The girls are good up sandbagging. They pick up rocks. See the size of the rocks that they pick up?
I gotta give you my number here in just a minute. Okay. I'm right behind you.
Ladies and gentlemen, coaches and athletes, good morning and welcome to the 2017 Western Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships here at beautiful Lake Natoma. This year's racing will include teams from both the club, D1, D2, and D3 categories, racing for the respective medals in each event here at Lake Natoma. We'll be giving you the race call from both on the water and from atop Rattlesnake Hill, courtesy of Crew Call, who will be doing the announcing. We'd also like to give a very big thank you to all the folks who are helping make this regatta possible, all the fine folks at the Sacramento State Aquatic Center, whose numerous hours of work setting up the venue, the race course, the tents, all of that is greatly appreciated. The state park system for making Nimbus Flats available for all trailers, and the United States Bureau of Reclamation for making the lake available. All their cooperation helps make Lake Natoma one of the top racing venues in the United States, and that racing will begin here in about 3 minutes when we will have the lane set for you, and then we'll head on the water for the race call. Again, good morning and welcome. The racing will soon begin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get started with our first race of the day, the Men's Varsity 8, heat number 1. In lane 1, Santa Clara University. In lane 2, UC Irvine. Lane 3, Orange Coast College. Lane 4, San Diego State. Lane 5, University of Oregon. Lane 6, Lewis and Clark. Lane 7, Humboldt State. We're going to turn it over to the water.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we've had a start. This is the first race, the men's varsity 8, heat number 1. The top 3 crews will be advancing to the grand final, crews 4 through 6 to the petite final, and the remaining crews to the 3rd level final here. We are now past the breakage zone. Clean start, race is underway. Ladies and gentlemen, and approaching 500 meters in, it looks to be lanes 1, 2, and 5 that are in the lead. That is Santa Clara, UC Irvine, and Oregon that are leading the pack here. Lane 4, San Diego State, slightly back. And that is lane 1, Santa Clara, that just took a move. They have now gained half a length over lane 2, that is UC Irvine. UC Irvine sitting about 2 seats up on the University of Oregon. The University of Oregon sitting 2 seats open water on lane 4, San Diego State. San Diego State now half a length up onto lane 6, Lewis and Clark. Humboldt State University just 2 seats behind Lewis and Clark in the 7th place position. We're now about 10 strokes from the 1,000-meter mark. Once again, it is Santa Clara in the lead. Santa Clara now gained a few seats. They are now 3/4 of a length on UC Irvine. UC Irvine sitting 6 seats up on Orange Coast College. The University of Oregon staying close and pushing Orange Coast College, University of Oregon, out of lane 5. There are 2 seats from Orange Coast, and those top crews have now gained open water advantage onto the final 3 crews, which is lane 4, San Diego State, Lewis and Clark, and Humboldt. We turn it over to Bob for the remainder 1,000 meters.
And heat number 1 of the men's varsity 8s now coming into the last 750 meters. Santa Clara University has been red hot this year with a dominant program. They are showing that speed right now in lane 1 as they continue to work out to an open water advantage over the entire field. Second place, UC Irvine, also having a great race here as they hold off Orange Coast College by about a stern advantage with 500 meters to go. Now, University of Oregon and Orange Coast, they were in a very close battle earlier in the race, but now Orange Coast has pulled away. They are now about a stern lead over Oregon. Oregon in 4th place. Oregon has lots of open water between themselves and San Diego State University in 5th, followed by Lewis and Clark and Humboldt State for 6th and 7th place. This is heat number 1 for the men's varsity 8s. The fastest 8s from each men's program. With Santa Clara now coming into the spectator area, understroking the entire field as they row very comfortably and save their energy for the grand final later on. Oregon in 4th is chasing Orange Coast as hard as they can here, but Coast continues with about a stern advantage for that 3rd crucial qualifying position. Irvine continues in 2nd. Oregon Oregon now working their bow into the Orange Coast boat. Coast still holding on to a 8 to 7 seat advantage. But for Heat 1 of the men's varsity 8s coming to the line, it's Santa Clara, Irvine, Orange Coast with Oregon chasing.
In heat number 2 of the men's varsity 8, this is the second of 2 heats. In lane 1, we have UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, UCLA. Lane 5, Western Washington. Lane 6, Washington State. And in lane 7, we have Long Beach. I'm going to turn it over to the water.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are awaiting the start for the second heat of the men's varsity 8. 7 boats in this race. Crews are locked on. We'll let you know when they are underway. alignment flag is up. Crews have been called. We're ready for the start. And we've had a start. This is the second of two heats for the men's Varsity 8 with 7 boats on the course now underway. Again, the top 3 crews will be advancing to the grand final, crews 4 through 6 onto the second level final, and the remaining crews to the third level final. Ladies and gentlemen, the crews have now passed the breakage zone, and just slightly, it is lane 2, UC San Diego, that have creeped their bow ahead, and they're about in pace with lane 4, UCLA. Lanes 2 and 4, bows even, about 2 seats up. Once again, that is lanes 2 and 4, bow balls bouncing even, that are now 3 seats over lanes 1 and 3, Santa Barbara and UC Davis. Lane 5, Western Washington sitting even with UC Davis, sitting 7 seats up on lane 6, Washington State University. Washington State now bow to stern over lane 7, Long Beach State. It is now lane 2, UC San Diego, just pushed their bow 1 seat up on lane 4, UCLA. UCLA charging hard to hold them off here, but it is now UC San Diego 2 seats up on UCLA. UCLA sitting 2 seats on Santa Barbara. UCLA out of lane 4 is now sitting 4 seats over UC Davis. UC Davis 6 seats up on lane 5, Western Washington. We're now approaching the 1,000-meter, and the fight for the top 2 spots is between lanes 1 and 2, Santa Barbara and UC San Diego. They're now breaking open water over lanes 3 and 4, UC Davis and UCLA, with UCLA about 2 seats up on lanes 5, Western Washington, and they have open water over lane 6, Washington State, which is bow to stern over lane 7, Long Beach State. We turn it over to Bob as the crews are in the second 1,000 of the race.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for that early race call. Folks, as you've heard, the top 3 boats go on to the grand final, and those top 2 boats right now are UC Santa Barbara and UC San Diego. UC San Diego recently moving to the varsity status here, and their men are giving Santa Barbara a run for the money here in heat number 2 of the men's varsity 8s. The other really close race going on is between UCLA and UC Davis. These 2 programs are almost bow ball to bow ball right now at 750 meters to go. There's new coaching at Santa Barbara this year and new coaching at UC Davis, and we're seeing some great racing coming out of both of those programs. UC San Diego still in contact with first place Santa Barbara, but Santa Barbara working out to a greater advantage now. UC Davis now moving slightly ahead of UCLA for third place. That's the race to watch. Will it be UC Davis or UCLA the grand final? Right now, lane 3, UC Davis up 4 seats over UCLA. In second place, it's still UC San Diego chasing Santa Barbara. The outside lanes also racing cleanly as the crews from Western Washington Washington State and Long Beach State are trailing, rowing cleanly, just not matching the speed of the top boats out front. UCLA and UC Davis still in a tough battle here as UC San Diego and Santa Barbara lead the pack. This is heat number 2 for the men's varsity 8s. Santa Barbara, then UC San Diego, and UC Davis holding off a hard-charging UCLA. If Davis can take this to the line, they go to the grand final. Santa Barbara with UC San Diego getting closer for second. Davis looking strong for third. UCLA in fourth. Western Washington, Washington State, and Long Beach State trailing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just saw the finish of the men's varsity 8 Heat 2. Top 3 crews will move on to the grand final. Looks like in first place was UC Santa Barbara, second place was UC San Diego, and in third place, UC Davis moving on to the grand final. This is just a reminder that Sacramento State Parks do not allow drones to be flown in the vicinity of races and public events. If you are currently flying a drone, please land it immediately. Thank you.
And our race number 3 is getting set up at the line. The women's varsity 8 D2 D3 club category. This is going to be the first of 3 heats. In lane 1, Western Washington. Lane 2, Lewis and Clark. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, Arizona State University. Top 2 will move on to the grand final. Places 3 through 4, the petite final, and in the other finishers to the third level final. We'll turn it over to the water.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we've had a start. This is the first of 3 heats for the women's varsity 8 for the D2, D3, and club programs. The crews have now cleared the breakage zone, and our early leader is lane 2. That is Lewis and Clark with half a length lead over lane 3, UC Davis. UC Davis sitting 2 seats up on lane 1, Western Washington. The top 2 boats here for this race will go on to the grand final. Crews 3 and 4 to the petite final, and the remaining crews will go on to the 3rd level final. And it is still Lewis and Clark in lane 2, now only 2 seats up on lane 3, UC Davis. UC Davis and lane 1, Western Washington, battling it out for which crew will be going on in that 2nd spot to the grand final. We are now 500 meters in, and it is Lewis and Clark first across the line. They're now 3 seats up on lane 1, Western Washington, which has creeped their bow ahead over UC Davis. UC Davis now sitting 1 seat open water over lane 4, UC Irvine. UC Irvine sitting bow to stern over lane 5, Arizona State. It is now lane 1, Western Washington, taking a big move, pulling even with Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark at a 36 strokes per minute rate. It is now Western Washington half a deck up on Lewis and Clark. Western Washington now 2 seats up. Western Washington taking a big move here. Lewis and Clark fighting to hold them off. Lewis and Clark now sitting 7 seats over lane 3, UC Davis. UC Davis still 1 seat open water over lane 4, UC Irvine, bow to stern over Arizona State. We're approaching the 1,000-meter mark here, and it is Lewis and Clark that is trying to fight back. They've now closed the margin, but it is still Western Washington sitting 2 seats up on lane 2, Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark now sitting 7 seats up on lane 3, UC Davis. It is looking like the top 2 crews going on to the grand final will be lanes 1, Western Washington, and lanes 2, Lewis and Clark. We turn it over to Bob for the remainder of this race.
And ladies and gentlemen, as you heard, heat number 1 of the women's varsity 8s now coming down the course. They're just past the 1,000-meter line at 1,250 meters. That great race going on between Lewis and Clark and Western Washington continues as both these teams are in the top 2 qualifying positions. Western Washington in lane 1 has worked out now to almost a bow to stern advantage over Lewis and Clark. Now that's a very impressive showing so far for Lewis and Clark, as they hail from Portland, Oregon. They're a smaller school, and Western Washington has been a numerous national champion program. So Lewis and Clark here really showing some good speed against Western Washington. UC Davis continues in 3rd. They are falling back a little further behind the field here. They are maintaining a comfortable open water advantage over UC Irvine. It's well over a full boat length, and Irvine has well over a boat length of water between themselves and Arizona State University. These are the D2, D3, and club women's 8s, varsity 8s now coming down the course. Heat 1, top 2 boats to the grand final. Just in case you're wondering, the D2, D3, and club category has to do with what levels the programs are funded at and how many hours of training they can do on any given year. Lane 1, Western Washington continues now to power away from Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark now down about 1 seat open water from Western Washington. Davis is making a charge now. They're actually moving up on Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark now bow to stern ahead of Davis as the Davis Aggies are trying hard to catch up with Lewis and Clark and perhaps go on to the grand final. Lewis and Clark in lane 2 in the orange unis holding on to their second place position. They are fully aware that the Aggies are right there, and they are holding them off as they chase the leader, Western Washington. Top 2 boats go to the grand final. The 2 leaders have not changed. Western Washington and Lewis and Clark. UC Davis chasing, followed by Irvine and Arizona State. Here comes that finish.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're lining up for Heat 2 of the Women's Varsity 8, D2, D3, and Club. In Lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 3, Orange Coast. Lane 4, Mills. And Lane 5, Pacific University.
Ladies and gentlemen, now underway and through the breakage zone. This is the second heat of the women's Varsity 8s, D2, D3, and Club programs. Now at 250 meters in, it is lane 1, UC San Diego, 2 seats up over lane 2, Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara, 1 seat over lane 3, Orange Coast College. Those 3 crews are now sitting about bow to stern over lane 4, Mills College. Mills sitting bow to stern over Pacific University. It is lane 1, UC San Diego. They now have a half boat length lead over Santa Barbara. They're pacing at a 36 strokes per minute. 500 meters in. Santa Barbara has now opened up their lead On lane 3, Orange Coast College, Santa Barbara now bow to stern over Orange Coast. Orange Coast sitting bow to stern over Mills. Mills now 1 length open water over Pacific University. It is now UC San Diego, which is extending their lead on Santa Barbara. San Diego now pulling to a bow to stern lead over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara now has open water by 1 seat over Orange Coast. Orange Coast still bow to stern over Mills. We're now approaching the 1,000-meter mark, and it is San Diego sitting bow to stern over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara, 1 seat open water over Orange Coast, and it is those top 2 crews, UC San Diego and UC Santa Barbara, which are strong and looking to go on to the grand final. We now turn it over to Bob for the remainder of this race.
Well, thank you, Aaron. We'd like to point out one thing here. We have a relatively young team here at WIRA Championships. That's Pacific University, a relatively new program hailing from the Portland, Oregon area. We're happy to see them here, and we welcome them. They're rowing quite well and cleanly out here on the lake, and they are currently in 5th place here in heat number 2. Now, folks, the lane assignments for these crews also happens to match where they are right now in placement. So lane 1 in 1st place, UC San Diego. Lane 2, Santa Barbara, in 2nd place. Lane 3, Orange Coast, a 2-year community college program, in 3rd place. Mills College in lane 4 in 4th. Mills hailing from the Bay Area, a long and storied rowing program from that all-women's college. They are in 4th place, and they are ahead of 5th place, Pacific University. UC San Diego doing a super job here, controlling the gauchos from Santa Barbara. Approach the 1,500-meter line. UC San Diego doing a great job here, controlling their rate and their ratio as they understroke Santa Barbara and hold them off. Top 2 boats go to the grand final. Those 2 boats from UC San Diego and Santa Barbara are now pacing one another as they approach 1,500. 3rd place Orange Coast is now 2 boat lengths of open water back from 2nd place Santa Barbara. The Tritons of UC San Diego here in control and in command of heat number 2 for the women's varsity 8s D2, D3, and club as they now approach the spectator area. In that 2nd crucial qualifying position, it is the Gauchos of UC Santa Barbara as they have worked up a little bit closer to UC San Diego, but again, Santa Barbara is at a higher stroke rate, UC San Diego at a lower stroke rate. That shows you the strength of the San Diego boat. In 3rd place, but not a qualifying position for the grand final, Orange Coast College in lane 3, and behind them in 4th and 5th place, Mills College and Pacific University. Here comes that finish with Santa Barbara chasing hard against 1st place UC San Diego.
In our third and final heat for the women's varsity 8 D2 D3 club race, in lane 1 we have Pacific Lutheran, lane 2 Humboldt State, lane 3 Puget Sound, lane 4 Seattle Pacific, and lane 5 Southern Oregon. Top 2 crews to the grand final. Turning it over to the water.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a start. This is the third of 3 heats for the women's varsity 8 D2 D3 club programs. And hot out of the gates here, it appears to be lane 1, Pacific Lutheran University, already with a half-length advantage over lane 2, Humboldt State. Humboldt State sitting 7 seats over lane 3, Portland State University, just 2 seats up on lane 4, Seattle Pacific. It continues to be lane 1, Pacific Lutheran University. They're extending their lead over lane 2, Humboldt State. Pacific Lutheran, every stroke they take, they're gaining seats. It is lane 2, Humboldt State, now about breaking open water over lane 3, Portland State University. The top 2 crews will be going on to the grand final, and it still appears to be Pacific Lutheran and Humboldt State. Moving on to the third place spot, it will be lane 3, Portland State University, sitting half a length up on lane 4, Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific with 1 seat open water over lane 5, Sonoma State. Lane 1, Pacific Lutheran University, extending their lead to now 7 seats over Humboldt State. Humboldt State now half a length open water over Portland State University. It continues to be lane 1, Pacific Lutheran University, now sitting bow to stern over Humboldt State. Pacific Lutheran basing 3 beats higher than Humboldt State. Pacific Lutheran at a 36, Humboldt State at a 33. Those top 2 crews, which will unofficially be going to the grand final, now have 1 length open water lead over lanes 3, Portland State. Portland State now 3 seats over Seattle Pacific. And we are now past the 1,000-meter mark. It continues to be Pacific Lutheran bow to stern over Humboldt State. And ladies and gentlemen, excuse me for the earlier call, that is Puget Sound, now 1 seat up over Seattle Pacific, and they have 3 lengths open water over lane 5, Sonoma State. We turn it over to Bob for the remainder of the race.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for that early race call. Folks, we just want to make sure that lane 3, you know, that's Puget Sound University. We had it confused with Portland State. We apologize for that. Now, the top 2 boats going on to the grand final, As you heard, it's Pacific Lutheran and Humboldt State at this point looking very good. Lane 1, Pacific Lutheran, they are on fire. They came out of the racing blocks very fast. They must have asked themselves a question, why wait? Let's just dominate. And they did that. They got out in front, and they are extending their lead now by an open water advantage. You also heard that they are rowing at a higher stroke rate. They continue to do that. They're rowing at a higher rate than Humboldt, Humboldt understroking them, but Humboldt almost matching their speed 3 beats lower. Humboldt has a comfortable open water advantage between the next 2 closest boats from Puget Sound and Seattle Pacific. The trailing crew from Sonoma State, they are back even further from the 3rd and 4th place teams. Humboldt State has won several national championships in recent years, and I'm sure they're looking forward going to the grand final where they can match up with all these other top crews. Now, a good race shaping up between lanes 3 and 4 here. Puget Sound and Seattle Pacific are now bow ball to bow ball, with Seattle Pacific working out about maybe half a deck at 1,500 meters. Seattle Pacific now working slightly ahead of Puget Sound for that 3rd place position as these 2 women's boats fight for lane assignments as they go on. They would go on to the 2nd level final. And there goes Seattle Pacific. Puget Sound just had a little bobble, and Seattle Pacific took advantage of it, and now they're working out to a greater advantage for 3rd place. Back to the leaders up front, along the shore, looking under control. Pacific with an open water advantage over Humboldt State. These 2 boats looking good to go on to the grand final with 250 meters to go. In 3rd place, Seattle Pacific working ahead of Puget Sound, and Sonoma State in 5th.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're lining up for the Women's Varsity 8 D1 Open Race at 8:50. This race will just be a race for lanes for the grand final. In Lane 1, Stanford. Lane 2, San Diego State University. Lane 3, Loyola Marymount. Lane 4, SAC. Lane 5, St. Mary's. Lane 6, Santa Clara. And in Lane 7, Seattle University. This is just a race for lanes for the grand final.
ladies and gentlemen, out here at the start line for the Women's Varsity 8 Division 1 and open race. This is a 7-boat race. We had a start. The race was stopped and called back by the referees. Crews are now relocking and realigning for the restart of the Women's Varsity 8 D1 and open programs. The aligner's flag is up, and we're about to have the restart of the Women's Varsity 8 Division 1 and open program. It appears there are a few crews here on the docks having issues setting their points. The referees have announced they will be going to a quick start. And this is the restart of the women's Varsity 8, D1, and Open programs. 7 boats on the water, and they are racing for lanes for a final later on this weekend. And now coming through the breakage zone and into the 250-meter mark, it is lane 1, Stanford University. Stanford University sitting 3/4 of a length over lane 2, San Diego State. San Diego State, a bow deck over lanes 3 and 4, which are even, Loyola Marymount and Sacramento State. Those 2 crews also 1 deck over lane 5, St. Mary's. It is now Stanford that has broken open water over lane 2, San Diego State. San Diego State sitting half a length up over lanes 3 and 4. That is Loyola Marymount and Sacramento State. Those 2 crews are still even, literally bow ball to bow ball, and sitting half a length up over lane 5, St. Mary's. Lane 7 sitting 1 deck behind, that is Seattle University. They are now open water by 1 length over Santa Clara. We are now at the 750-meter mark, and it is Stanford University now with a length lead over the rest of the pack. They're at a 36 stroke per minute rate. Lane 2, San Diego State, sitting 4 seats over Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount has barely broken ahead over Sacramento State. They are now 1 bow deck ahead over Sacramento State. It is lanes 5 and 7, St. Mary's and Seattle University, that are about even. We give a small advantage to lane 7, Seattle, and those crews are sitting open water over lane 6, Santa Clara, trailing. Past the 1,000-meter mark, it is Stanford with now 2-length lead over lane 2, San Diego State, half a length over lane 3, Loyola Marymount, now 1 deck over Sacramento State. We turn it over to Bob for the race call for the second 1,000 meters.
As you heard, these crews now racing for lane assignments here for the Division I Open category for the women's varsity 8s. None of these crews facing elimination. They're just racing for lane assignments for the final, which will happen later on in the regatta. Also want to point out that lane 1 Stanford, you're looking at Stanford lightweights. They are Division I, of course, but these are lightweight women racing the open weight women, and right now those lightweight women from Stanford are doing a superior job here as they come down the course. They have a comfortable open water advantage over the entire field. Second place continues to be San Diego State University, up half a length over Loyola Marymount in lane 3. Loyola moving away from Sacramento State in lane 4. Then we go outside to St. Mary's and Seattle University. As you heard earlier, they're still pacing one another as they approach 1,500 meters, with Santa Clara University trailing in 7th place. Stanford lightweights have already crossed the 1,500-meter line. A boat length and a half of open water behind them. Second place, San Diego State University, with Loyola Marymount now putting on a harder charge as they try to take some of that water back from San Diego State. Again, they're racing for lane assignments later on. How they place will determine what lanes they're assigned for the final later on in this regatta. Last 250 meters. Stanford in the lead, with Loyola Marymount and San Diego State in a good race here, with Loyola Marymount in lane 3 really working up to try to catch San Diego State, which would improve their lane assignment later in the day. Sacramento State continues in 4th, followed by St. Mary's, Seattle, and Santa Clara. Keep an eye on lanes 2 and 3. That race is getting closer and closer as they come to the line with a hard-charging crew. The Lions of Loyola Marymount taking on the Aztecs from San Diego State. This is going to be a photo finish.
On the course, we have our first heat for the men's second varsity 8. In lane 1, Santa Clara University. Lane 2, UCLA. Lane 3, Orange Coast College. Lane 4, San Diego State. And lane 5, UC Davis. Top 3 will move on to the grand final. Turning it over to the water.
Ladies and gentlemen, now underway is the men's second varsity 8. The top 3 crews will be going on to the grand final and the remaining crews to the petite final. The crews to watch in the top 3 spots, it is lanes 1 and 3. Lane 1, Santa Clara. Lane 3, Orange Coast College. Will give a slight advantage to Santa Clara in lane 1. Santa Clara now 2 seats up on Orange Coast. Orange Coast sitting half a length up on UCLA. It is lane 1, Santa Clara just gained another seat over Orange Coast. Orange Coast now 3/4 of a length to UCLA. UCLA has now broken open water to lane 4, San Diego State. San Diego State barely a deck over lane 5, UC Davis. We're now 750 meters in, and it continues to be Santa Clara with now 3/4 of a length over Orange Coast. Orange Coast Coxon now sitting on the bow deck of UCLA. UCLA now bow to stern with lanes 4 and 5, and it is UC Davis in lane 5, which has now taken a move to overtake San Diego State in lane 4. Again, the top crews continue to be Santa Clara, Orange Coast, and UCLA. Now at the 1,000-meter mark, it continues to be Santa Clara. They've taken a move, and now they're sitting bow to stern over Orange Coast in lane 3, and Orange Coast also taking a move, sitting bow to stern over UCLA. UC Davis in 4th, San Diego State in 5th.
And thank you for that great call, Aaron. As you heard, these are the second varsity 8s for the men's programs, the second fastest boats within the men's programs as they come here to race for the medals as well. Out in front, Santa Clara University, which has just been a great program for the past several years, always a scrappy program, but showing a lot of great rowing technique, a lot of power, a lot of speed this year. And once again, as you saw their men's varsity out in the front, now you see their second men's varsity 8 out in front here in heat number 1. They are followed by the second place team from Orange Coast College. Orange Coast in lane 3, they're in second place, looking good to go on to the grand final. Orange Coast, a 2-year community college program from Southern California. Orange Coast with an open water advantage over third place, UCLA in lane 2. These top 3 now hitting 1,500 meters. And again, the top 3 go on to the grand final. Chasing in 4th place, we go outside to UC Davis in lane 5. Now, UC Davis has had some new coaching come into the program, and they're making big pushes to bring Davis back to the prominence it's held in previous years. And Davis is chasing UCLA, but they're still in 4th place at 1,500. In the trailing position, San Diego State University in 5th. So that's Santa Clara out in front for the men's second 8s, ladies and gentlemen. They are rowing at a very comfortable 32 strokes per minute when most crews at this point would be sprinting, but that's how in control Santa Clara is. They're not worried about it. They're saving it for the grand final later on. That second place crew from Orange Coast and the Yellow Empauker, they're also understroking the field, looking comfortable going on to the grand final. In that third place position with the powder blue blades, it's UCLA, the Bruins from UCLA in third, as they got to keep an eye on a hard-charging Davis crew on that outside lane. As they come to the line, Davis now making a move. It could turn into a photo finish. It could be between Davis and UCLA going on to the grand final. Let's watch this. Too close to call from Rattlesnake Hill for third place between UCLA and Davis. As finally San Diego the line, we'll wait for the finish line tent to announce the official results from this heat.
And for that men's second varsity 8, the finishing order unofficially, Santa Clara in first, Orange Coast College in second, UCLA in third, Davis in fourth, and San Diego State. For the second heat of the men's second varsity 8, in lane number 1, we have UC Santa Barbara. In lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, Santa Clara's B boat. Lane 4, UC San Diego B. Lane 5, Western Washington University. And lane 6, University of Oregon.
Ladies and gentlemen, now underway is the second of 2 heats for the men's second varsity 8s. And it appears to be lane 2, UC San Diego. They've taken a 3-seat lead over lane 4, UCSD, the B entry from UC San Diego. Lanes 2 and 4, both the UC San Diego boats charging strong there now, half a length over lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara sitting 2 seats over Santa Clara's B entry. Lane 2, UC San Diego A is now past the 500-meter mark, and they're now sitting half the length up over San Diego's B boat. And it is now lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. They've taken a move, and they're now barely ahead of lane 4, UC San Diego B. It is lane 4 now 3 seats over Santa Clara B. So it is going to be a fight for which top 3 crews go on to the grand final. And we'll be watching between lanes 1, 3, and 4 for who take those top spots for the grand final. Santa Clara's B entry is now sitting 1 seat open water over lane 5, Western Washington. Western Washington 1 seat open water over the University of Oregon. Lane 2, UC San Diego, 3/4 of a length over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara now taking a move, now closing that to only half a length lead. Santa Barbara sitting now 7 seats over UC San Diego's B entry. UCSD now half a length over lane 3, Santa Clara's B boat. Now passing the 1,000-meter mark, it continues to be UC San Diego in the lead, but lane 1, Santa Barbara, keep an eye on them. They're really pushing for that top spot, now just 2 seats behind San Diego.
Well, folks, as you heard from Aaron for the first 1,000 meters, heat number 2 of the men's second varsity 8's turning into a real barn burner between the 2 B boats from Santa Clara University and UC San Diego. The fact that both of these programs have B boats entered means that those programs actually have 3/8 of varsity men, and that shows you the depth of their programs. And right now, both Santa Clara and UC San Diego, their B boats are fighting it out for that 3rd qualifying position to go on to the grand final. It is a tough fight, and it's too close to call from top of the hill between these two boats as they keep changing places. Now, the big change has been lane 1. UC Santa Barbara has now worked out ahead of UC San Diego. So UC San Diego in lane 2, they were leading this heat for most of the way. But the Gauchos from Santa Barbara just hit the gas pedal, and they are now up 4 seats over UC San Diego. For that third qualifying position, it's still extremely close between Santa Clara's B boat and UC San Diego's B boat, with the slight advantage going to UC San Diego. UC San Diego now making a push just past 1,500 meters as they try to work up, and they're taking water now from Santa Clara, so it looks like 2 UC San Diego boats will make the grand final. Santa Clara is still in the hunt. Western Washington in 5th, with University of Oregon trailing in 6th place. Top 3 go to the grand final. Santa Barbara along the shore in lane 1, taking the lead away from UC San Diego, but they'll get to meet again in the grand final. But look at lane 4. Lane 4, UC San Diego, pacing Santa Clara for so much of the race, now up by 5 seats, puts them in the grand final if they can hold on to that for 300 more meters. Santa Clara's still got some time, but that's running out. San Diego might put 2 boats in the grand final here, which shows a lot of speed from their program. Santa Barbara, UC San Diego, UC San Diego B, Santa Clara B, Western Washington and Oregon in that order, and here comes the finish with UC San Diego looking great with both their boats.
We are lining up for the start of the women's second Varsity 8 D1 Open Race. This is a race for lanes for the grand final. In Lane 1, Stanford Lightweights. Lane 2, San Diego State. Lane 3, Loyola Marymount. Lane 4, Sacramento State. Lane 5, St. Mary's. And Lane 6, Santa Clara University. This is a race for lanes for the grand final.
aligner's flag is up and the crews are being pulled for the women's second Varsity 8 D1 and Open programs. This is a race for lanes, and we'll have 6 boats on the course. Ladies and gentlemen, and this women's second Varsity 8 is now underway. Hot out of the blocks, it is the Stanford lightweights. They're already just at 250 meters in, half a length up over lanes 2 and 3. San Diego State and Loyola Marymount. Lane 3, Loyola Marymount, barely creeping their bow ahead over lane 2 and 4, San Diego State and Sacramento State. Those top 4 crews are sitting now 7 seats up over lane 5, St. Mary's, and lane 6, Santa Clara. It continues to be the Stanford lightweights. They're sitting 3 seats over lane 2, San Diego State. San Diego State sitting 3 seats up over Sacramento State in lane 4. Sacramento State now 2 seats over lane 3, Loyola Marymount. Loyola Marymount sitting bow to stern over St. Mary's. St. Mary's bow to stern over Santa Clara. It appears that the Stanford lightweights have taken a move. They've now taken a seat, and they're just about half a length up over lane 2, San Diego State. We're going to keep a close eye here on San Diego State and Sacramento State as the crews are battling out for that second place spot. It is bow ball to bow ball between San Diego State and Sacramento State. Ladies and gentlemen, let me make a clarification here off of what's on the race schedule. Sacramento State is in lane 3. We're now at the 1,000-meter marks. It continues to be the Stanford lightweights, now half a length up over lane 2, San Diego State.
And folks, these crews are now coming into the second 1,000 meters. We want to clarify a point for you. We had 2 crews mixed up with the lanes. Sacramento State University, the team from right here at Lake Natoma, they're in lane 3, and Loyola Marymount is in lane 4. So that is opposite of what you may see on some printed schedules. So we'll give you the next call here in just a few minutes. But again, Sacramento State is in lane 3 and Loyola Marymount in lane 4. Lane 7 is empty. That was a scratch, so you will only see 6 boats on the course, and we'll give you that call here in just a few seconds. So the women's second varsity 8s for D1 and Open, racing for lanes just like they were in the varsity 8 category, Again, it's lane 1, the Stanford Lightweight Women. The Stanford Lightweight Women showing good speed here. They are holding off San Diego State University by about 6 seats as we approach 1,500 meters. The Stanford Lightweight Women, that category says you can weigh no more than 130 pounds per athlete. So a high strength to weight factor, and they are moving the boat quite well. San Diego State, though, hard right behind them. They are chasing them and pushing them all the way down this course. In the third place position, we go to lane number 4. That's Loyola Marymount University. Sacramento State in 4th place in lane 3. St. Mary's College in 5th, followed by Santa Clara University. That is the call at 1,500 meters as these women's second varsity eights for the D1 and open category race for lane assignments for the final later on here at WIRA Championships. 350 meters to go, and what we're seeing is the Aztecs of San Diego State are pushing even closer to the Stanford Lightweight Women in lane 1. Loyola Marymount continues in 3rd place here. And now a good race shaping up between St. Mary's and Sacramento State. And now just at 250 meters to go, San Diego State overtaking the Stanford Lightweight Women. Again, this is I don't want to say a time trial, but a heat to assign lane assignments for the final. None of these crews facing elimination here, but San Diego State has rode a great race. They've been calm and now overtaken the leader as they come to the line. Loyola in 3rd. St. Mary's overtaking Sacramento for 4th with Santa Clara trailing. Here comes that finish.
We are lining up for the start of the women's JV8, D2, D3, and club. This is Heat 2 of 2. In lane 1, Portland State University. Lane 2, this is the women's JV8, Heat 2 of 2. Top 3 advance to the grand final. In lane 1, Puget Sound. Lane 2, Pacific Lutheran. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. And in lane 4, Seattle Pacific. We'll turn it over to Aaron on the water for the race call.
and we've had a start. These are the women JV8s for D2, D3, and club programs now underway. The first of two heats with the top three crews advancing to the grand final, and the remainder of the crews going on to the petite final. And now at the 250-meter mark, it is between lanes 1 and 2, UC San Diego and Humboldt State. Those crews are just dead even right now. They're sitting 3/4 of a length over lane 3, Lewis and Clark. We are now approaching the 500-meter mark, and it is UC San Diego. They are now 3/4 of a length over Humboldt State. Humboldt State sitting barely bow to stern over lane 3, Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark sitting bow to stern over lane 5, UC Irvine. UC Irvine bow to stern over Mills College. UC San Diego now taking a move. They now have open water over Humboldt State. UC San Diego basing at a 35.5 strokes per minute, looking real comfortable and continuing to take seats over Humboldt State. Humboldt State now taking a move, and they've now broken away from Lewis and Clark College in the 3rd place position. Lewis and Clark sitting bow to stern over lane 5, UC Irvine. It continues to be UC San Diego in the lead. They now have 1 length open water over Humboldt State. Humboldt State now 2 seats over open water over Lewis and Clark. We are now approaching the 1,000-meter mark, and it continues to be UC San Diego in the lead. 1 length open water over Humboldt State. Humboldt State half-length open water over Lewis and Clark, and third, those 3 crews would be going on to the grand final. Looking to the 4th place position, it is lane 5, UC Irvine. UC Irvine, 3 lengths open water over Mills College.
Thank you, Aaron, for that early race call here. These crews continue to spread out relative to each other as they come down the course. Now, folks, as you heard, these are the women's JV8s. These are the second varsity 8s for each program. And the leader from the beginning has been UC San Diego. They continue to push away from 2nd place Humboldt State. Humboldt State continuing to push away from 3rd place Lewis and Clark. Now the 4th place crew from UC Irvine, they're on the outside in lane 5. And they've got to catch Lewis and Clark if they want to go on to the grand final. Right now, they're down open water, so with 750 meters to go, anything could happen, but they've got quite a deficit to overcome. Irvine, a very long and storied program from Southern California. They consistently go to ACRAs and medal, so don't underestimate them. Irvine, a great program here as they come down the course. In the last position, it's going to be Mills College from the Bay Area. Mills College in 5th as the women's JV8s Heat 1 hit 1,500 meters. Now, UC San Diego in the lead here, rowing at 35 strokes per minute. Humboldt State at 33. So Humboldt State saving a little bit of their energy. They know they're in a good position to go on to the grand final. And they've got Lewis and Clark behind them now by over a boat length of open water. Lewis and Clark still holding off fourth place UC Irvine by a boat length of open water as well. So a real good showing here for Lewis and Clark. They are a smaller private school up from the Portland, Oregon area, and they have already put a number of boats into the grand final. So good showing for them here among the women's programs. We're going to make our last call here at 250 to go. Heat 1 of the women's JV 8s. In the lead, UC San Diego. Humboldt State in second, followed by Lewis and Clark, with Irvine and Mills chasing. Here comes that finish. D2 D3 Club, women's second varsity 8s.
Ladies and gentlemen, the second of two heats is already underway and almost at the 500-meter mark. This is the women's JV8 for the D2, D3, and club programs. 4 boats on the course, and at the 500-meter mark, it is lane 1, Puget Sound. They are 2 seats up over lanes 2 and 3, Pacific Lutheran and UC Santa Barbara. Puget Sound just took another seat. They are now 3 seats up over the remainder 2-3 crews. And we're keeping a close eye between lanes 2 and 3. That is Pacific Lutheran and UC Santa Barbara. Their bow balls are bouncing around and will give a slight advantage to UC Santa Barbara. They just took a move. UC Santa Barbara now 1 seat up over Pacific Lutheran. Seattle Pacific in the 4th place position and trailing. Now at 750 meters, it continues to be Puget Sound in the lead, but UC Santa Barbara, they've taken a move and they're really pushing Puget Sound. They're now within a deck of lane 1, Puget Sound. So keeping a close eye between lanes 1 and 3, Puget Sound and Santa Barbara, with Pacific Lutheran still charging strong, sitting 6 seats behind Santa Barbara. We are now approaching the 1,000-meter mark. It continues to be Puget Sound. but we're going to keep a close eye on lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. They're looking real long and comfortable and really closing the margin. They're almost baball to baball even with lane 1, Puget Sound. And those top 2 crews are sitting 6 seats over Pacific Lutheran, with lane 4, Seattle Pacific trailing.
Thank you, Aaron, for that call. We have 4 boats on the course, 3 of them all within contact of each other, the 4th boat trailing further back. Now, these top 3 crews from Puget Sound, Pacific Lutheran, and UC Santa Barbara, they're all within half a beat of each other on the stroke rate. Lane 1, Puget Sound at 35.5, Lane 2, Pacific Lutheran at 35, and UC Santa Barbara at 34.5. So they're all rowing within a beat of each other, half a beat sometimes only, and matching the speed. So this is going to be quite a showdown when these boats go on to the grand final and we see them at full speed as they come down the course. Right now, because these 3 boats are in a 4-boat race, as long as one boat's behind them, they're in a good position. In 4th place, it is lane 4, Seattle Pacific University. They're back by about 200 meters of open water from these top 3 crews. So we'll give you the next call just past 1500. And Puget Sound, Pacific Lutheran, and UC Santa Barbara all looking good here to go on to the grand final for the women's JV8s in the D2, D3, and club programs. And we're now past 1,500 meters. Leader continues to be Puget Sound in lane 1. Now UC Santa Barbara has overtaken lane 2, Pacific Lutheran. But again, these 3 crews are all in a good position to go on to the grand final. So it's more about just proving their speed to one another now and trying to get a better lane assignment for the grand final. Seattle Pacific University in lane 4 continues in 4th place further back. Santa Barbara has had the lower stroke rate for most of the race, and they are slowly pulling in the crew with the highest stroke rate. That would be Puget Sound. Santa Barbara known for being very strong in the last 1,000 meters, and here they are about to put their bow ball dead even with Puget Sound in the heats for the D2, D3, and club women's JV8s. And there they are. I told you, Santa Barbara just did it. Bow balls now overtaking Puget Sound as they come to the line. Pacific Lutheran in 3rd. Those gauchos from Santa Barbara, it must be all that Southern California sunshine that fires them up, because they're going to take it to the line here, and then we'll see them again in the grand final as this race now concludes.
In the spectator area, we need a steward to come to the tent, please. We need one steward to come to the tent, please. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, lining up at the start line, we have the first heat of the men's novice 8. In lane 1, Orange Coast College. Lane 2, Arizona State. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, Southern California. And lane 5, Long Beach State.
and gentlemen, we're at the start line. This will be the first of 3 heats for the men's novice 8s. The crews are locked on, however, they're being guided by the referees how to scull their bows around, and they're helping them get their points. The aligner's flag is up. We have alignment. The crews are being pulled, and we have a start. This is the men's novice 8, first of 3 heats, now underway. These crews are now passing the 250-meter mark. It appears to be lane 1, Orange Coast College. They're sitting 3/4 of a length over lanes 2 and 3. Arizona State and UC Davis will give a slight advantage to UC Davis out of lane 3, but the bow balls between UC Davis and Arizona State are just bouncing around even. Those top 3 crews are now sitting open water by about half a seat over lane 4, the University of Southern California. USC sitting 1 length open water over Long Beach State. It is now Orange Coast College first across the 500-meter mark. They've now opened up to about a stern advantage over lane 2, Arizona State. They're in second place by about a deck over UC Davis. UC Davis now opening up the open water margin, now 3/4 of a length over lane 4, the University of Southern California. It continues to be Orange Coast College. Each stroke they take, they're just swinging away, gaining more and more open water. They're basing out of 34 strokes per minute. And again, now 3/4 of a length open water over Arizona State. Arizona State sitting 1 deck over UC Davis. Orange Coast College now 1 length open water over 2 and 3. That's Arizona State and UC Davis. Arizona State, they've made a move. They're now 3 seats up over UC Davis. Approaching the 1,000-meter mark, Orange Coast College strong across the line first. Then it's between Arizona State and UC Davis. Arizona State taking another move. They're now 4 seats up over UC Davis. UC Davis 4 lengths open water up over the University of Southern California, with Long Beach State trailing.
Thank you for that call, Aaron. Here for the men's novice 8s, the top 2 boats will go on to the grand final. And the race to watch here is between Arizona State University and UC Davis. Now you may wonder, where does Arizona State row down there in that giant desert? Well, it's called Tempe Town Lake, a beautiful place to row. And Arizona State here, as you heard, made a move and took water away from Davis, and they still have that water. So Arizona State doing a super job here, and they're a relatively young program in the WIRA League, and right now they're extending their lead over UC Davis. Davis in 3rd place. Davis continues to push away from the Trojans of University of Southern California with a substantial amount of open water. USC also with a lot of open water over their Southern California rivals from Long Beach State. Long Beach State in 5th. Out in front, it continues to be Orange Coast College. They're rowing at a comfortable 32.5 strokes per minute, and they are in command of this heat as they cruise down the course in lane 1. Arizona State, when they made their move, they bumped their stroke rate up to a 36. Davis was still about 34 and a half, and that's still paying off. Arizona State now about a stern over UC Davis. So Arizona State here, their novice 8 from the men's program, they are manhandling the Aggies from UC Davis because only 2 boats go on to the grand final, and it's Arizona State in second place. Along the shore, Orange Coast College in lane 1. Now if you look to the middle, lanes 2 and 3, UC Davis has worked back up closer to Arizona State. Arizona State still holding on for that second qualifying position. Arizona State is going to do it, folks. They're going to go to the grand final. Here comes that finish for them. What a great finish for Arizona State as they hold off Davis. Davis in third, and here is that finish. Arizona State did it. Big finish for their young program. Southern California now coming in fourth, and trailing will be Long Beach State. Heat number 2 coming up next for the men's novice 8s.
We are lining up for the start of the men's novice 8, Heat 2. Top 2 move on to the final. Third and fourth go to the petite. The rest go to the third final. In lane 1, Santa Clara. Lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 3, Sonoma State. Lane 4, San Diego State. And lane 5, UC Berkeley Lightweights.
and we've had a start. This is the second of 3 heats for the men's novice 8s now underway. Again, the top 2 crews will be advancing to the grand final, crews 3 and 4 to the petite final, and the 5th place crew to the 3rd level final. The crews are now past the breakage zone. Race is official, and at 250 meters, it will be Santa Clara. Santa Clara sitting 7 seats over lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara sitting half a length up over lane 4, San Diego State. San Diego State sitting 3 seats up over lane 3, Sonoma State. Sonoma State and the Cal Lightweights out of lane 5, those crews are even. It continues to be Santa Clara in the lead. I see their coxswain turning around, asking their crews for more and more open water as they are now 1 seat open water at the 500 meter mark over lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Santa Clara looking real comfortable at a 36 strokes per minute. It is now Santa Clara. They've gained 1 length open water lead over lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara with a length and a half open water over lane 4, San Diego State. And the close call between who will be going to the petite final is between lanes 3 and 5, Sonoma State and the California Lightweights. Between the 4th and 5th place crew, we're going to give a slight advantage. Now 2 seats up, lane 3, that is Sonoma State. Sonoma State sitting 2 seats up over lane 5, the California Lightweights. Now at the 1,000 meter mark, it is Santa Clara. Santa Clara getting more and more open water. They're now 2 lengths open water up over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara 3 lengths open water over San Diego State. Again, the fight continues to be for that 2nd spot in the petite level final, and now it is lane 3, Sonoma State. Sonoma State sitting now only 2 seats over the California Lightweights. California Lightweights pushing a move to try to get into that petite final. We turn it over to Bob for the second 1,000 meters.
Well, thank you, Aaron. To remind the crowd, this is a 2-boat race for the grand final. Those 2 boats continue to be Santa Clara, which is rowing with a lot of composure now. Now, early in the race, folks, Santa Clara pushed their start. It was almost an extended start out to the 500-meter line. They were maintaining 38 strokes per minute all the way to the 500-meter line. Then they shifted down to race pace, currently at 36 strokes per minute. UC Santa Barbara was a bit lower. They were trying hard to hold on to Santa Clara, and they settled down, but Santa Clara just keeps taking water from them. So Santa Barbara, which has had a very strong program, now they've got definitely a strong opponent to go up against, as the Santa Clara novice men are dominating this heat. The 3 trailing boats not in a position to go on to the grand final, but still racing well nonetheless. Lane 4 is San Diego State in that 3rd place position as they come down the course, with Sonoma State holding off lightweight novice men from UC Berkeley. Sonoma State hailing from the Petaluma area. They row on the Petaluma River up near the Northern California region. San Diego State continuing to chase 2nd place UC Santa Barbara, but it's a pretty substantial open water deficit as these crews now hit 1,500 meters. We've seen Santa Clara have very good men's boats all morning long, and here comes another one for you to look at and admire. It's their novice men in lane 1, and they are making very easy work of this heat to go on to the grand final. They're going to be along the shore closest to the tent, followed by UC Santa Barbara in that second and final qualifying position. Out in front, it's Santa Clara, the Broncos from Santa Clara University, currently rowing at 29. A very comfortable 29 as they cruise to the line. They're in total control here as the Gauchos chase them at a much higher stroke rate. But Santa Clara, they got power to spare, and they'll use that later on in the grand final. Now further back in third place continues to be San Diego State, holding off Sonoma State in fourth, and then the Cal lightweight novice men in fifth as heat number 2 now finishes for the men's novice eights.
And on the line, we have the third and final heat of the men's novice 8 in lane 1, UCLA, lane 2, UC Irvine, lane 3, Washington State, lane 4, Chico State, and lane 5, Oregon. We'll send the call over to Aaron on the water.
ladies and gentlemen, now underway. This is the third of 3 heats for the men's novice 8s. The crews are now passing the breakage zone, hitting a slight head breeze here. Now crews are at 250 meters. Fast off the blocks and out in front is between lanes 1 and 2, UCLA and UC Irvine. UCLA seemed to have a stronger start, but it is now UC Irvine that has pulled through them and is now in the first place position. It is UC Irvine out of lane 2. They're now sitting 1 seat above UCLA, although UCLA charging back now, UCLA and UC Irvine sitting even. Those top 2 crews are 2 seats open water over lane 3, Washington State University. Washington State half a seat open water over lane 4, that is Chico State. Chico State 7 seats above Oregon. We're now in the second 500, and UCLA has answered UC Irvine. UC Irvine tried taking a move, but it is now UCLA 3 seats over Irvine. Those top two crews, which will go on to the grand final, are sitting 1.5 lengths open water over third place, Washington State. Both the top 2 crews are sitting at a 36 strokes per minute, so they're pacing each other. However, it appears that UCLA is just gaining more and more water. They've now taken another seat over UC Irvine. Ladies and gentlemen, we are approaching the 1,000-meter mark, and UC Irvine is trying to respond to UCLA's strong charge. Those are the top 2 crews. It is UCLA now, 3 seats over UC Irvine. Those top 2 crews, 2 lengths open water over Washington State in third. Washington State, 1 length open water over Chico in fourth. Chico sitting 1 seat open water over the University of Oregon.
Thank you for that call, Aaron, here for the men's novice 8, heat number 3. Folks, the lane assignment now matches the crew's placement in the race. So lane 1's in first place, and as we go across second, third, fourth, and fifth lanes, all those crews are in the same place as their lane assignment. So pretty easy race to call. Now, what we're really watching here is UCLA. UCLA's program has really come back this year, and the Bruins right now are in control of this heat as they hold off the Anteaters from UC Irvine in lane 2. Irvine's still looking good, though. They're in a position to go on to the grand final, so they'll get to race UCLA again here at the WIRA Championships as they pace them about half a boat length open water behind them, approaching 1,500 meters. Washington State University in third place, they're a full boat length of open water back behind second place Irvine. And Washington State themselves has plenty of open water between themselves and the remaining 2 teams from Chico State University and the University of Oregon. University of Oregon last year with 2 novice 8s in this event, and they may pull off a strong finish here as both their novice 8s made the grand finals last year, in Oregon rowing cleanly and trying really hard to pull in Chico State as we approach 1,500 meters. Way out in front, though, it is lane 1, UCLA. The Bruins showing a lot of composure and power here as they come down the course in lane 1, they will come right by the spectator tents in commanding form, looking to go on to the grand final for the men's novice 8s. Irvine now chasing a little harder, but they're still back half a boat length of open water from the Bruins. Bruins with the powder blue unis and blades looking beautiful there in lane 1 as they approach the line. A little bit of goose interaction there on starboard side for them, but they're still looking good as they come down the course. UCLA and UC Irvine, both from Southern California, looking to go on to the grand final for the men's novice 8s, with Washington State, Chico, and University of Oregon trailing as the third and final heat now finishes for these novice men.
We are lining up for the start of the women's novice 8 heat 1 of 2 heats. Top 3 boats move on to the grand final. Third through fourth through 6th place move on to the petite, and the rest go into the third final. This is heat 1 of the women's novice 8. Top 3 move on to the grand final. In lane 1, San Diego State University. Lane 2, UC San Diego. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, Orange Coast. Lane 5, Humboldt State. Lane 6, Washington State. And Lane 7, Sonoma State. We'll turn it over to Aaron on the water for the race call.
ladies and gentlemen, we're still awaiting the start for the first of 2 heats for the women's novice eights. Some of these coxswains having a challenging time getting their points, and the referees are now on their 3rd attempt to start the race. They are going to a quick start. The liner's flag is up. And we've had a start. These are the women's novice eights now underway. And the crews are out of the breakage zone now at 250 meters, and it is between lanes 1 and 3. San Diego State and UC Santa Barbara, those crews are just 2 seats out ahead over lane 2, UC San Diego. This is a close race, all boats within contact of one another. In this race, the top 3 crews will be going on to the grand final, and it is now San Diego State. They are now 1 seat up over lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara sitting half a length up over lane 4, Orange Coast College. Orange Coast sitting 3 seats over lane 5, Humboldt State. Humboldt State 3 seats over UC San Diego out of lane 2. Our leader by about only a deck now is at a 37 strokes per minute. That is San Diego State. UC Santa Barbara out of lane 3. They're now 1 deck behind, but now taking a move to attempt to pull even with San Diego State. Those top 2 crews now have 1 seat open water over lanes 4 and 5, Orange Coast and Humboldt State. Now at 750 meters, it appears that UC Santa Barbara out of lane 3, they've taken a big move, and they're now 3 seats up over lane 1, San Diego State. San Diego State in second. Humboldt State in third by just half a deck over lane 4, Orange Coast College. Between 5th and 6th place, it's a close call between lane 7, Sonoma State, Washington State in lane 6, and lane 2, UC San Diego. It is lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. They're now sitting bow to stern over 2nd place, San Diego State. As we cross the 1,000-meter mark, we'll turn it over to Bob for the remainder of the race.
Well, there's nothing like the blind fury of novice racing, and that's what we're seeing here as these women's novice eights come charging out of the gates, absolutely driven to get to that line first. This is their first championship regatta for many of them, and they know they got to put it on the line. So Santa Barbara, they had a very patient first 1,000 meters, but now, as you've heard, they've overtaken the early leader, San Diego State. San Diego State in lane 1, now in second place. The real race to watch here, as the third place position will move on, is Humboldt State University. Humboldt State really fighting Orange Coast College. That's going to be Humboldt State in lane 5, Orange Coast in lane 4. These two boats are really facing a tough race here with 750 meters to go to see which one of them will be in third to go to the grand final. The three trailing teams from UC San Diego, Washington State, and Sonoma State, they are back by open water, at least a full boat length from these top four crews, as they battle it out amongst themselves for 5th, 6th, and 7th place. UC San Diego has that 5th place position right now, and on the outside, Sonoma State is ahead of Washington State. So at this point, it's looking okay for UC San Diego. They'd have to move up quite a bit, though, to get in third place and go to the grand final. As these crews now prepare to hit 1,500 meters, it will continue to be the Gauchos from Santa Barbara moving away from lane 1, San Diego State. San Diego State in second place, and Humboldt State now working up. And here comes the call. They're third place now, coming across 1,500 meters. So the Lumberjacks from Humboldt State in that third qualifying position to go on to the grand final over Orange Coast College. Santa Barbara rowing a nice long stroke here as they continue to push away from the Aztecs of San Diego State. San Diego State in second place along the shore in a good position to go on to the grand final. They have open water on third place, Humboldt State. Humboldt State continuing to push away from Orange Coast. 200 meters to go. Top three boats go to the grand final. Unofficially right now, that's Santa Barbara, San Diego State, and Humboldt State, with Orange Coast chasing, followed by UC San Diego, Sonoma State, and Washington State. Women's Novice 8s, Heat 1, now coming to the line.
And on the line, we have the second heat of the women's Novice 8. In lane 1, we have Sacramento State. Lane 2, Seattle. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, Oregon. Lane 5, Southern Oregon University, a brand new team to WIRA, and we welcome them here today. Lane 6, Santa Clara. And lane 7, Chico.
crews are now at the start line and being aligned for the second of 2 heats for the women's novice 8s.
Attention in the spectator area. Could we have all of the stewards please come to the finish line tent? All stewards to the finish line tent. Thank you.
And we've had a start. This is the women's novice 8, heat number 2 with 7 boats on the course. Ladies and gentlemen, as you saw in the first heat, this is a really tight pack of 7 boats for these women novice 8s. Past the 250-meter mark, it appears Seattle University is sitting 3 seats over lanes 3 and 5. That is UC Davis and Southern Oregon, the new program in the lead here. Seattle University now taking 1 seat over lane 3, that is UC Davis. UC Davis sitting very close to even with lane 5, Southern Oregon. Southern Oregon sitting 3/4 of a length over the University of Oregon. University of Oregon also 3/4 of a length over lane 6, Santa Clara. Santa Clara sitting 1 seat open water over lane 7, Chico State. It continues to be lane 2, Seattle University. They're stroked a little high at a 37 strokes per minute. They're sitting 3 seats up over lane 5, Southern Oregon. Southern Oregon at a 34 strokes per minute. Lane 3, UC Davis has now responded, and they're sitting very close to even with Southern Oregon. Again, the top 3 crews from this race will go on to grand finals. Right now it's looking like lanes 2, 3, and 5. That is Seattle, UC Davis, and Southern Oregon. Now the University of Oregon, they're at a lane 4. They're putting on a strong fight to try to make that grand final. They're now 3 seats behind over lane 5, Southern Oregon. Those top 4 crews are now open water over lane 1, Sacramento State. Sacramento State in 5th. Santa Clara in 6th. And Chico State trailing. We are now crossing the 1,000-meter mark. It is lane 2, Seattle University. They're first across the line here, followed by Southern Oregon, UC Davis, and close by Seattle and Oregon. We turn it over to Bob for the second 1,000.
Well, thank you, Aaron. This is a great race, as you said, for the women's novice 8, seat number 2. What's even more amazing is there are some programs here. Southern Oregon University, a brand new school in the WIRA League, just voted in last night, just getting started, and here they are going head-to-head with some very established programs. So, great showing so far for Southern Oregon as they continue in 3rd place here in Heat 2 of the women's novice 8s. The leader continues to be Seattle University in lane 1. Bow to stern over UC Davis in lane 2. Seattle in lane 2. They're in 1st place over UC Davis in lane 3. The race to watch now is between Southern Oregon from Ashland, Oregon, and the University of Oregon from Eugene. Now, University of Oregon, they've been around for 50 years, but they have their hands full right now with this upstart program from Southern Oregon. It's the call now for that 3rd place position as Southern Oregon continues to have good composure here against the team from the University of Oregon. And the outside, Sacramento State in lane 1, they are in 5th place, followed by Santa Clara University in lane 6, and then Chico State trailing in 7th place. We're about to make the call at 1,500 meters. It will be Seattle and Davis first across the line. And now making a move is the University of Oregon. They've taken a few seats away now from Southern Oregon. So University of Oregon now moving into 3rd place, but it is still very close between them and Southern Oregon University. Both the University of Oregon and Southern Oregon getting closer and closer to UC Davis. Now, UC Davis has been in 2nd place, but they might lose that to Oregon and Southern Oregon if this race keeps unfolding this way. It's Seattle out in front. UC Davis in 2nd, but now University of Oregon almost even with Davis. Southern Oregon now falling back to 4th place. Sacramento State in 5th. Santa Clara in 6th. Chico State in 7th. And now the University of Oregon moving ahead of Davis into 2nd place. Top 3 boats go to the grand final. Right now it's Seattle, University of Oregon, and UC Davis. Southern Oregon chasing. Women's novice 8s, heat number 2, coming to the line. Seattle University, University of Oregon, UC Davis, Southern Oregon. What a great race for these novice women.
ladies and gentlemen, we've had 8s all morning, and we're now switching over to 4s. Now underway, it's the men's varsity 4, first of 4 heats, with top 3 boats from each heat going on to semifinals. We're now at 300 meters in, and it is lane 3, UC Irvine. They're pushed their boat 2 seats up over lanes 1 and 4, that is Santa Barbara and Arizona State. We're now past the 500-meter mark, and it is lane 3, UC Irvine. They're now sitting bow to stern over lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. So UC Irvine, each stroke they take, they're almost at open water. They're in first place. For second place, it's going to be between lane 1, Santa Barbara, and lane 4, Arizona State. Those 2 crews are bouncing between the second and third place positions. Lane 2, Long Beach State, they're sitting in the 4th place position, bow to stern behind lane 4, Arizona State, with lane 5, Portland State trailing. We are now past 750 meters, and that is lane 3, UC Irvine, white boat, white blades. They now have almost a length of open water over the rest of the pack. It is still too close to call between lanes 1 and 4, Santa Barbara and Arizona State. It is Santa Barbara, they have just gained 1 seat. Santa Barbara now taking a move, now 2 seats over Arizona State. Arizona State sitting bow to stern over Long Beach State out of lane 2. Now at the 1,000-meter mark, lane 3, UC Irvine, they continue to get more and more open water over lane 1, UC Santa Barbara, and UC Santa Barbara now half a length over lane 4, Arizona State.
And ladies and gentlemen, the heat number 1 of 4 heats for the men's varsity 4s, now at 1,250 meters. And again, just to let you know, there are 4 heats. The top 3 boats will advance to the semifinals later on. So a total of 12 boats will advance to the semifinals, and then from those races, the top 6 will advance to the grand final. Right now, the top 3 boats, the leader continues to be UC Irvine. Irvine always putting out fast boats here. They've had a lot of fast boats over the past several years, including top finishes at the Accra National Championships. So Irvine right now doing a super job with their men's V4, leading bow to stern over lane 1, Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara with open water over the next 2 closest boats. That's going to be lane 2, Long Beach State, which has moved up closer to Arizona State. Arizona State still in 3rd place, but quickly losing water to the charging Long Beach State men. In the trailing position, Portland State in lane 5. They are back by significant open water as we now cross 1,500 meters. Again, 3 boats go to the grand final. The question is, Long Beach State, which has come on strong here, are they going to overtake Arizona State and make that, make the semifinal appearance? Irvine continuing out in front in the white shell. They've had the lead all the way down the course, and you can tell by their stroke rate they are rowing very comfortably, not rushing in any way. They are in command of this heat. Along the shore, Santa Barbara chasing Irvine. Santa Barbara looking to go on to the semifinal. And Arizona State holding off that challenge from Long Beach State so far. They could also go on to the semifinal. So far, a really good showing for Arizona State here, as you saw their novices also move on to the grand final. And here are their varsity men's 4 looking to advance to the semifinal. A good day so far for Arizona State. Long Beach State in 4th, and finally Portland State in 5th as Heat 1 for the men's varsity 4s now finishes.
We are lining up for the start of the men's varsity 4 Heat 2 of 4 heats. In Lane 1, Puget Sound University. Lane 2, Orange Coast. Lane 3, Santa Clara University. Lane 4, Chico. Lane 5, San Diego State University. And in Lane 6, Arizona State B-Boat.
Ladies and gentlemen, now underway. This is the second of 4 heats for the men's varsity 4s. And strong off the blocks, and already our early leader is Lane 1, Puget Sound. Puget Sound sitting bow to stern over Lane 4, that is Chico State. Chico State in the second place position, sitting bow to stern over Lanes 2, 3, and 5. Those crews are all even right now in the third place position. So we're going to keep a close eye as we figure out which of these 3 crews are going to be going on to the semifinals. Lane 6, Arizona State's B entry in 6th place. Now past 500 meters, it is Puget Sound. They are in first place. Puget Sound sitting bow to stern over Lane 4, Chico State. Chico State sitting bow to stern over Lane 5, San Diego State. So those are your top 3 crews, but we're still keeping a close eye on Lane 3, Santa Clara, that's challenging San Diego State for that spot to go on to the semifinals. Santa Clara sitting a length up over Orange Coast College out of Lane 2. Orange Coast bow to stern over Arizona State's B entry. now past 750 meters. It continues to be Puget Sound in the first place position. Then we go over to lane 4, that is Chico State in second. Chico State sitting bow to stern over San Diego State, but San Diego State now making a move. They've now moved their bow up. Their coxswain in the bow is sitting at the stern deck of Chico State's boat, and that is San Diego State. They now have half-length open water over lane 3, Santa Clara. Santa Clara sitting 4 seats up over Orange Coast. Orange Coast, 2 seats open water over Arizona State in 6th place.
Folks, heat number 2 now underway for the men's varsity fours. Reminder, top 3 boats go on to the grand final. Now the early leader out there in lane number 1, Puget Sound, they took off like a rocket from the starting platform, and they have not slowed down since. They are in complete control of this heat with open water between themselves and the remaining field. They're going to hit for 1,500 meters first. Now, in second place, it will still be lane number 4, Chico State University. They're going to come across 1,500 meters in second place, which puts them in the semifinal later on. And right behind them, right next to them, San Diego State University, who is now making a move to try to pull even again. But Arizona responded last time and held them off. So San Diego State in third place, trying to catch second place Arizona State. These top 3 boats have plenty of open water now between the remaining field. Fading to the background are from Orange Coast and Santa Clara, as they are even, but they're behind the leaders. And trailing is the B boat from Arizona State in 6th place. Now the men from Arizona State have once again held off the challenge from San Diego State, but the Aztecs charging again right now. They just took the rate up, and they're charging again right now because they want to get that bow even. They want to secure their spot in the semifinal. So there they go. They have pulled even. Arizona State now slipping to third place as these 2 boats chase the leader from Puget Sound. Heat number 2 for the men's varsity fours. Top 3 boats go on to the semifinal. It's Puget Sound. Now San Diego State, then Chico State, followed by Santa Clara, Orange Coast, and the B boat from Arizona State. So Chico State here still in a great position to go to the semi as they pace San Diego State, who just overtook them about 100 meters ago. Heat number 2 of the men's varsity fours now finishing as we turn our eyes to the starting line for Heat 3.
And on the line, we have And on the starting line, we have Heat 3 of 4 for the men's varsity 4 race. In lane 1, we have UCLA C boat. In lane 2, UCLA's A boat. Lane 3, Humboldt State. Lane 4, Sonoma. Lane 5, Oregon. And lane 6, UC Davis. Turn it over to Aaron on the water.
Ladies and gentlemen, now underway. This is the third of 4 heats of the men's varsity 4s. Let's set the lanes for you. In lane 1, UCLA B entry. Lane 2, UCLA A entry. Lane 3, Humboldt State. Lane 4, Sonoma State. Lane 5, the University of Oregon. And lane 6, UC Davis. At 400 meters into the race, it is lane 5, the University of Oregon. They're just barely in that first place position over UCLA. But now looking at UCLA, they just took a little move there, and they've now moved their bow ahead of Oregon. So now at 500 meters in, it is UCLA B entry out of lane 1. And the University of Oregon out of lane 5. Those two crews are bow ball to bow ball. Will give a very slight advantage over to lane 1, but that is too close to call right now. Going to the third place position, that is lane 3, Humboldt State. Humboldt State sitting bow to stern over UCLA's A entry in lane 2. In 5th place, bow to stern behind UCLA's A entry is lane 4, Sonoma State, and UC Davis about even. Ladies and gentlemen, now past 750 meters, it is Oregon now sitting bow to stern over UCLA's B entry. They're real long and comfortable at a 32 rate, while UCLA out of lane 1, they're at a 35. Those two crews are sitting 3 lengths open water over the remainder of the field, so those top 2 crews have secured their positions to go on to semifinals. And we now look at that third open spot for the semifinals. In third place, it is lane 2, UCLA's B entry, but hot on their heels is lane 4, Sonoma State. In 4th, and UC Davis in 5th, with Humboldt State trailing. Now at the 1,000-meter mark, it is the University of Oregon, still real long and comfortable. They're now almost at open water over 2nd place, UCLA's B entry. They have 2 lengths open water over 3rd place, UCLA's A entry, with them half a length open water over lane 4 in 4th place, Sonoma State. We turn it over to Bob for the second 1,000 meters.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for that call. As you heard, folks, there are 2 boats from UCLA in this heat. Both of those UCLA boats are in lanes 1 and 2. The real race going on right now is between UCLA and the University of Oregon here in this heat. The top 3 boats go on to the semifinals. And right now, Oregon in charge here as they continue to slowly move ahead of lane 1 UCLA, which is listed as their C boat. Their A boat in lane 2 is in 3rd place. So it's Oregon, followed by UCLA C, and in 3rd place, UCLA A. We then go open water back to 4th place. That's going to be lane number 4, Sonoma State University, followed by 5th place, Humboldt State, and, 5th place, UC Davis, and then 6th place, Humboldt State. These crews still working towards the 1,500-meter line. As you heard, is understroking UCLA. Now what that means is the crew is taking less strokes per minute than their competition, which shows a lot of power in order to do that. Now right as I said that, UCLA started to make a move. They just took a burst. They're up for a little bit on their rate. And now UCLA pulling even again with the University of Oregon. So Oregon and UCLA rowing side by side just past 1,500 meters, and the UCLA second boat in third place following them. Sonoma State continues in fourth, and then a close race between Davis and Humboldt State. Top three boats to the grand final. At this point, the top three boats are racing for bragging rights before they go into the semis, because you want to get a good lane assignment for the semis, and speed dictates that. Now Oregon working out ahead again of UCLA. They've been going back and forth. So that's the University of Oregon in the lead at 250 meters to go. UCLA along the shore, you can see their higher stroke rate relative to Oregon. So Oregon in control, not even pushing it that hard at this point compared to UCLA. And the B boat from UCLA in a qualifying position as well. Humboldt State now charging hard and overtaking Sonoma State, overtaking Davis with Sonoma, that's Humboldt State overtaking Davis with Sonoma State in the trailing position. UCLA charging now as they come to the line. Oregon still in control, but they're getting passed by UCLA now, so it's going to be UCLA first line, followed by Oregon.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fourth of four heats for the men's varsity fours now underway. Again, the top three crews will go on to the semifinals. Now at 400 meters into the race, it is lane 5, Washington State University. They're sitting 2 seats over lane 4, UC San Diego. UC San Diego in the second place position, sitting 3 seats up. On lane 1, Oregon's B entry. Oregon B sitting bow to stern up over lane 3, Lewis and Clark. We are now past 500 meters. In the second 500, it continues to be Washington State in the first place position. Washington State half a length over lane 4, UC San Diego. UC San Diego sitting 4 seats on the University of Oregon B entry in third place. Oregon in third place, now breaking to open water, half a seat open water over lane 3, Lewis and Clark in fourth. And Lewis and Clark 2 lengths open water over lane 6, UC Santa Barbara B, and lane 2, Chapman trailing. Now past 750 meters, it is still lane 5, Washington State, leading a strong charge, trying to get as much margin over lane 4, UC San Diego. Washington State just took another seat over UC San Diego, So Washington State in first, UC San Diego in second, and going over to third place, it is Oregon's B entry out of lane 1. They're taking a move. They're now half a length behind UC San Diego. Those top three crews have a comfortable lead over Lewis and Clark in lane 3, so those top three crews, which are now at the 1,000-meter mark, have a safe, comfortable position to go on to the semifinal later on. So we turn it over to Bob for the second 1,000 meters.
Well, thank you, Aaron, for that first 1,000-meter call here for heat number 4 of the men's varsity fours. I believe this is the first time I've seen 4 heats for this event, so rowing is growing here in this event, and we're seeing it on the water. As you heard from Aaron, the top 3 boats going on to the semifinal, Oregon has a second entry in this event, and right now they're in a qualifying position to go on to the semifinal. So it's very close between the University of Oregon and then lanes 4 and 5, UC San Diego and Washington State. Those 3 boats all pacing one another in contact with each other with an open water advantage over 4th place Lewis and Clark, 5th place UC Santa Barbara's B boat, and the 6th place crew Chapman University from Southern California. So Lewis and Clark is the boat that is in 4th place, and they're the boat we're going to keep an eye on. They move up to challenge Washington State, UC San Diego, or Oregon B, they could go to the semi. But right now they've got to overcome an open water deficit from 4th place. Oregon's B boat now moving into the lead. That's Oregon's B boat moving into the lead right before the 1,500-meter line. They are going to be overtaking UC San Diego. Now, UC San Diego is a varsity program. Oregon is a club program that barely gets any funding, and here they are overtaking this established program from UC San Diego. So that's a good sign for Oregon here. Washington State continues in 3rd place. That'll put them in the semifinal. Lewis and Clark still chasing in 4th. On the outside, Santa Barbara's B boat and trailing Chapman. That's going to be Oregon along the shore coming into view, followed by UC San Diego in 2nd with Washington State in 3rd. Lewis and Clark in the orange jerseys in lane 3, keep an eye on them. They are the 4th place team. They've got to move up to challenge one of these boats if they want to go on to the semis. And now UC San Diego responding to that threat from University of Oregon as they push away. They just hit the afterburners, and there goes UC San Diego. But Oregon, the Ducks from Oregon, continuing in 2nd place here in this heat, holding off the Cougars from Washington State. Heat number 4 of the men's varsity 4 is now coming to the line. Unofficially, UC San Diego, Oregon, and Washington State, with Lewis and Clark chasing.
Currently lining up for a start is the women's varsity 4 D1 race. This is a race for lanes for the grand final. Lane 1, Sacramento State. Lane 2, San Diego State University. Lane 3, St. Mary's. Lane 4, Santa Clara University. Lane 5, Sacramento's B-Boat. And Lane 6, St. Mary's B-Boat. This is a race for lanes for the grand final of the women's varsity 4 D1.
Ladies and gentlemen, now underway. This is the women's varsity 4, the Division 1 programs. They're now at 300 meters in. And our early 2 leaders is between lanes 1 and 2, Sacramento State and San Diego State, with Sacramento State in the first place position, sitting half a length over San Diego State in second. San Diego State sitting 1 seat open water over third place, Sacramento State's B entry. Sacramento State B sitting 2 seats up, and that goes about even between lanes 3 and 6. That is St. Mary's and St. Mary's B entry. Those 2 St. Mary's boats sitting now 1 seat open water over lane 4, Santa Clara. We are now past 500 meters, and it continues to be Sacramento State out of lane 1. They're now 3 seats up over San Diego State in lane 2. So those are your top 2 crews, and they're breaking away, getting more open water over third place, Sacramento's B entry. So Sacramento B in third, with lane 3, St. Mary's. They're making a move right now and trying to get into that third place position. We'll keep a close eye on that. Now at 750 meters, it's still the same margin, although it appears Sacramento State out of lane 1, they're trying to take a move here to get a little more margin over second place, San Diego State. But again, those 2 crews have gained more open water, now 2 lengths open water between lanes 3 and 5. That is St. Mary's and Sac State B. Sacramento State B and St. Mary's, they're battling it out right now for that third place position. Will give a slight advantage to lane 3, St. Mary's, but it's still about even. Go to the 5th place position, it is lane 6, St. Mary's B entry, which is sitting a length open water back behind Sacramento State B. And St. Mary's B in 5th place, sitting half a length open water over Santa Clara. So now past the 1,000 meter mark, our top 2 crews, first is Sacramento State, second, San Diego State. And it is still a close battle with a slight advantage to Sacramento State's B entry for third, with St. Mary's close.
And this is a close race for that third place position. Again, these crews are racing for lane assignments, ladies and gentlemen. None of these crews are facing elimination from racing. They're racing for a lane assignment later on during this regatta when they actually do the finals race for medals. So, as you heard, Sacramento State, the team from right here at Lake Natoma, doing great here. They're out in front in lane 1, followed closely by lane 2, San Diego State University. That third place position is still very close between lane 3, St. Mary's University, and lane number 5, the B-Boat from Sacramento State. The trailing crews are from the B-Boat of St. Mary's, they're in 5th, and then Santa Clara University in 6th place right now in this preliminary race. San Diego State and both Sacramento State pushing away by an ever-growing amount of open water from the field of 4 boats. But now it looks to be St. Mary's University overtaking the B boat from Sacramento State to move into 3rd place. Racing for lane assignments here. St. Mary's has something on the line that they want to show Sacramento State's B boat, and at 1,500 meters, by a growing margin, it's St. Mary's for 3rd. And as the women's varsity 4 D1 category comes into the final 300 meters, it continues to be Sacramento State over San Diego State as they race for lane. St. Mary's University with a slight lead over the B boat from Sacramento State, but anything could happen in the last 250, so keep an eye on that Sacramento State boat here as the B boat from Sacramento State, as they and St. Mary's duke it out to the finish line. Again, these crews are racing for lane assignments later on in this regatta.
Attention, would the coach of UC Santa Barbara's team, the women's team, please come to the finish line tent? UC Santa Barbara's women's rowing coach, please come to the finish line tent. We are lining up for the start of the women's Varsity 4, D2, D3, and Club. This is Heat 1 of 3 heats of the women's Varsity 4. Top 2 move on to the grand final, 3rd and 4th to the petite. The rest move on to the 3rd final. In lane 1 of the women's Varsity 4 Heat 1, Western Washington. Lane 2, UC San Diego's B entry. Lane 3, Arizona State. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, Chico State. Lane 6, UC Davis. And Lane 7, UC Santa Barbara's B entry. We are lining up for a start of the Women's Varsity 4, Division 2, 3, and Club. This is Heat 1 of 3 heats of the Women's Varsity 4. Top 2 move on to the grand final. 3rd and 4th to the petite. The rest move on to the 3rd final. In Lane 1, Western Washington. Lane 2, UC San Diego's B entry. Lane 3, Arizona State. Lane 4, UC Irvine. Lane 5, Chico State. Lane 6, UC Davis. And in Lane 7, UC Santa Barbara's B entry. This is the Women's Varsity 4, Division 2, 3, and Club. Heat 1 of 3. Top 2 move on to the grand final.
Ladies and gentlemen, and we've had a start. This is the Women's Varsity 4, D2, D3, and Club program boats. First of 3 heats here. We will only have 6 boats racing here. Chico in lane 5. They were removed from this race. They were having some issues at the start. And so now at 250 meters, our early leader is out of lane 1. That is Western Washington. Western Washington in first place, sitting bow to stern over lane 2, UC San Diego B boat in second. UCSD's B boat in second place, now sitting bow to stern over lane 6. That's UC Davis. So those top 3 crews, Western Washington, UCSD B boat, and UC Davis, now have a length open water over lanes 3 and 4, Arizona State and UC Irvine. .500 meters into the race, and out of lane 6, UC Davis is putting on a really strong charge. They have walked past UC San Diego's B entry, and they're now in contact and pushing on lane 1, Western Washington. Western Washington still in first, but now UC Davis out of lane 6 in second place. They now have 1 seat open water over third place, UC San Diego's B entry. UCSD's B entry now bow to stern over lane 4, UC Irvine. So UC Irvine in fourth, Now at 750 meters, it continues to be Western Washington in first place in the lead. They're sitting 3 seats over UC Davis in lane 6. UC Davis sitting 3 seats open water over lane 2. The UC San Diego B entry, but real close on their heels is lane 4, UC Irvine. UC Irvine now taking a move, trying to get into that third place position. Lane 3, Arizona State, sits in 5th place. We're now approaching the 1,000-meter mark, and Western Washington did not like how close UC Davis in lane 6 was getting, so they take a move, but now UC Davis is now responding, and they're trying to charge back up. They're almost even with lane 1, Western Washington. So at the 1,000-meter mark, Western Washington in first, UC Davis in second. It is now lane 4, UC Irvine in third, San Diego State's B entry in fourth, and they are about astern over lane 3, Arizona State. We turn it over to Bob for the second 1,000 meters.
All right, folks, an update for you here in heat number 1 of the women's varsity fours for the D2, 3, and club programs. As scheduled, there were supposed to be 7 boats racing. Only 5 are racing. UC Santa Barbara are lane 7 and 5. Santa Barbara and Chico are not racing. We'll let the referees explain that to the coaches if they have any questions, but you're only going to have 5 boats on the course racing. As you heard, Western Washington is the leader, followed by the outside lane 6, UC Davis in second, and then back inside to lane 4, UC Irvine for that third place position. Now the top 2 boats go on to the grand final. Those 2 boats are Western Washington and UC Davis. Irvine chasing in third place. Behind Irvine, we have the B boat from UC San Diego in fourth place, by Arizona State in the final 5th place position. So a little bit confusing here because of the 2 missing boats, but these top 5 boats here in this race have now crossed the 1,500-meter line, with Western Washington clearly in control along the shore in lane 1, followed by UC Davis on the outside in lane 6. Those top 2 boats looking good to go on to the grand final. Irvine chasing. We'll keep an eye on them and make one more call here as they approach the last 300 meters. Western Washington continuing in the lead here for Heat 1 of the women's varsity fours. UC Davis on the outside, still in second. Irvine, who is continuing to chase, has an open water deficit to make up, and their time is rapidly running out to overcome that deficit here as only the top 2 boats move on. Good race nonetheless going on between Arizona State and UC San Diego's B boat for that 4th place position, with Arizona State moving up now into 4th place. Davis on the outside has been slowly pulling up on Western Washington. Now this is a heat, not a final, but still Davis showing good speed here in the outside lane, showing you that all lanes are fast at Lake Natoma as these top 2 fours come to the line almost parallel and together for Heat 1 of the women's varsity fours.
Ladies and gentlemen, already underway is the second of 3 heats for the women's varsity fours for the D2, D3 club program. We are now 400 meters in, and our leader sitting about astern in first place, our leader is Humboldt State. They're sitting about astern over University of Oregon in second. Sonoma State University now sitting almost even with the University of Oregon. Again, the top 2 crews will go on to the grand final. We are now 500 meters in. Now past the 500-meter mark, lane 1, Humboldt State, they've had a really strong charge. They're at a 35 strokes per minute and now sitting 1 length open water over lane 6, the University of Oregon, and lane 2, Sonoma State. Oregon now responded. Oregon back in second place by 3 seats. Oregon now making a move. They've now pulled bow to stern over Sonoma State. So it continues to be Humboldt State in first, Oregon in second, Sonoma State in third, and they are 2 seats open water to lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. In 5th place, it will go to lane 3, Pacific Lutheran. Pacific Lutheran, 2 seats over lane 7, Long Beach State. It continues to be Humboldt State with a strong charge in the lead, but now the University of Oregon, they've taken a big move, and they've taken seats away from Sonoma State. Oregon now in a comfortable second-place position. They are about astern behind first-place Humboldt State, but now sitting 2 seats open water over lane 2, Sonoma State. Lane 4, UC Santa Barbara, they're looking to pull up, and they're starting to challenge that third-place spot from Sonoma State, but there are still 2 seats of open water behind.
And Heat 2 for the women's varsity fours, D2, D3, and club. Now just past the halfway markers. Humboldt with the highest stroke rate here of all the crews. They're at 34. Sonoma and Oregon were clocked in at about 32 and a half, 33, and they are remaining at that rate. The Sonoma State boat steering a little bit around in its lane, so that's adding to their course. Coxswain trying to correct that and straighten out that course and give them a fast time. Oregon has capitalized on that and is in the second place position now, almost with a bow to stern advantage over Sonoma State. So with 2 boats going on to the grand final, you have a Division II program, Humboldt State, being closely paced by a club program, University of Oregon, for the top 2 spots. Sonoma State continues in third. In that 4th place position, it's UC Santa Barbara, followed by Pacific Lutheran, and then on the outside, Long Beach State. Lane 5 is empty, so you will not see a crew in lane 5. 6 boats on the course, not 7. Humboldt State has lengthened out a little bit now. Humboldt State in lane 1 with the yellow blades now rowing at about a 32 and a half, 33. They were higher for the first 1,000 meters. They've lengthened a bit. Now Oregon on the outside still charging a little bit higher, and Sonoma State has made a comeback and has gotten closer again to the Oregon boat. So that Coxswain and the Sonoma State boat straightened out her steering, called a 10, and now they're moving closer to Oregon. Oregon still in a qualifying position to go on to the grand final, but Sonoma State is still a threat. Oregon had a bow to stern advantage over Sonoma State, but that advantage has decreased a bit now by about half a length. It's Humboldt State out in front by lots of open water, followed by the University of Oregon, and then a hard-charging Sonoma State, followed by Santa Barbara, Pacific Lutheran, and Long Beach State. These are the women's varsity fours, D2, D3, and club. 2 boats to the grand final. Oregon still in second, holding off third place Sonoma State. Oregon now opening up a bit and taking a little bit of water back away from Sonoma State. So it's looking good here with about 100 meters to go. Unofficially, final call. 2 boats to the grand final. Humboldt State women and the University of Oregon women looking to go to the grand final with Sonoma State chasing.
We're lining up for the start of the women's varsity 4, Division 2, Division 3, and club. This is Heat 3 of 3. Top 2 move on to the grand final. 3rd and 4th to Petite. The rest move on to the 3rd final. In Lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, Seattle Pacific. Lane 3, Chapman. Lane 4, Long Beach State. Lane 5, Portland State. Lane 6, Orange Coast. And Lane 7, Western Washington's B entry. This is the women's varsity 4. Top 2 move on to the grand final. We'll turn it over to Aaron on the water for the race call.
Ladies and gentlemen, now underway. This is the 3rd of 3 heats for the women's varsity 4, D2, D3 club programs. Little off the start, between lanes 2, 3, and 4, they're being steered by the referees. But we're now at 350 meters into the race, and I'm looking across. It is literally lanes 1, lanes 4, lane 6, and lane 7 all even. Now looking at lane 7, that is Western Washington. They've creeped their bow ahead over the other 3 boats, but it is now lane 6, Orange Coast College. They're trying to answer back. So again, we have 4 crews that are out in front by 3 lengths open water. 500 meters into the race. It's real close, but it'll give a slight advantage to Western Washington. Western by half a deck over lane 6, Orange Coast College. Orange Coast College also half a deck over lane 4, Long Beach State. Long Beach State sitting 1 deck over lane 1, UC San Diego. Again, our top 2 boats will be going on to the grand finals, 3 and 4 onto the petite finals, so this is a real fight here. It's still a slight advantage to lane 7, Western Washington in first place. Western Washington just inches over lane 6, Orange Coast College in second, but now it is lane 4, Long Beach State. They are taking a move. Long Beach State now has 1 seat over Western Washington and Orange Coast College. Long Beach State in lane 4, that move is really working for them because they now have 2 seats over lane 6. So Long Beach State in first, Orange Coast College in second. Just inches behind is Western Washington in third, and half a length behind is UC San Diego. So Long Beach State in first. They now have gained another seat. They are now 3 seats up over Western Washington in second. It's a real fight. Who's going to go on to the grand final because lane 6 and 7 are still even fighting for that second place. Still a slight advantage to Western Washington in second, Orange Coast in third, and Long Beach State continuing to lead the pack by about 3 seats. Lane 1's UC San Diego, 2 seats open water behind 3 crews. We turn it over to Bob as we keep an eye on which 2 boats will be going on to the grand final.
Well, thank you, Aaron. This is, of the 3 heats for the women's varsity fours, the one with the closest racing. This is going to come down to the finish line here. 2 spots, and those outside lanes between Orange Coast and Western Washington, those lanes are red hot right now as those 2 crews are chasing both Long Beach State and UC San Diego to get into the top 2 spots. Folks, anything could happen here with this V4 heat. It's going to be a real close one. Long Beach State is the only crew that we feel really comfortable saying they're clearly out in front and they got a spot. But even then, it's only by about a boat length. On the outside, Western Washington still dead even with Orange Coast. Lane 1, UC San Diego trailing just a little bit, but in contact. So 3 boats in contact, all 3 behind the leader of Long Beach State. In the 2 trailing positions, Seattle Pacific University and they are currently not in a qualifying position or close to it. They're back several hundred meters open water, but they're rowing cleanly and doing a great job coming down the course here. Good steering, good stroke rates, just not matching the speed of the top 4 boats. I can hear the coxswains barking from high atop of Rattlesnake Hill up here, and Western Washington, Orange Coast, and UC San Diego are locked in a battle. UC San Diego's slipping back now. Right before 1,500 meters, they have been overtaken by Western Washington and Orange Coast. So the fight right now is, it's going to be Long Beach, and then either Coast or Western Washington, UC San Diego in 4th chasing. And now Orange Coast surging a little bit. Orange Coast moving up by a seat over Western Washington. Long Beach State still with a good about, I want to say about a seat open water at this point for the lead. Western Washington still within striking distance here. They've got contact with Orange Coast. UC San Diego fading along the shore. They're back and forth now. they start slipping at 1,500 and they're falling further back here. It's Coast and Western Washington. It's a catfight for that second place position here. Will it be Coast? Will it be Western Washington? Coast up by 2 seats now over Western Washington. Long Beach State, 1 seat open water for the lead. 2 boats go to the grand final. 2 boats only, and we've got 1 up front, Long Beach State. Will it be Coast or Western Washington? Western Washington with the bright green hats in the outside lane, still chasing Coast, down 2 seats. It's getting closer. This might be a photo finish. It's getting closer between Coast and Western Washington. Too close to call. We'll have to wait for it from the finish line.
Ladies and gentlemen, now past the 500-meter mark is the men's lightweight 4, the first of 2 heats. The top 3 crews will go on to the grand finals. It is Seattle University. They have half a length over lane 1, Western Washington. Seattle in first, half a length over Western Washington in second, 2 seats up on lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. Now past 750 meters, Seattle University, red blades, white boat, they're now sitting bow to stern over Western Washington in second place. UC Santa Barbara now making a move. They're pushing hard. They're almost even with Western Washington. We are now past 1,000 meters, and it is still lane 3, Seattle University. They are leading the pack here for the men's lightweight 4s, but out of lane 4, UC Santa Barbara, they put on a strong walk through Western Washington in lane 1. So Seattle in first, Santa Barbara in second, Western Washington sitting half a length behind Santa Barbara, Western Washington in third place. Going over to fourth place is lane 2, San Diego State, 1 length open water behind the rest of the pack. San Diego State sitting 1 length open water over fifth place, Long Beach State. Now with 750 meters to go, it is still Seattle first across the line. Seattle sitting bow to stern over Santa Barbara, but lane 1, Western Washington, they're trying to answer Santa Barbara. They weren't happy with them coming out of lane 4 there with the move. Seattle is trying to find open water here. They're in the first place position. UC Santa Barbara in second, sitting 2 seats up over Western Washington. Those top 3 crews are solidly going on to the grand finals. Going over to fourth place, now 2 lengths open water back, is San Diego State. San Diego State in fourth, sitting 1 length open water over Long Beach State in fifth. It is 500 meters to go, and Seattle University has now found the open water over UC Santa Barbara. But we're still keeping a close eye on lane 1, Western Washington in third. They're trying to find that contact and hold in contact with UC Santa Barbara. Now approaching the spectator area, it is still Seattle University in first place, now open water over UC Santa Barbara. UC Santa Barbara now 3 seats up on Western Washington and continuing to gain. Seattle in first, Santa Barbara in second, Western Washington in third. We turn it over to the spectators as these crews pass the shoreline.
We are watching the finish now, the men's lightweight 4, Heat 1. Top 3 move on to the grand final. In first place here across the line is Seattle University. Following them with 2 lengths of open water behind is UC Santa Barbara, followed by Western Washington for third. Those 3 crews will move on to the grand final. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a start for the men's lightweight 4, Heat 2. Top 3 crews in this heat will move on to the grand final. In lane 1, Sacramento State. Lane 2, Puget Sound. Lane 3, Sonoma State. And in lane 4, Santa Clara University. Top 3 crews from this will move on to the grand final. We have a clean start from all crews, and we'll turn it over to Bob on Rattlesnake Hill for the call at about 1,000 meters.
Well, thank you, Ben, for setting those lanes. This is a four-boat race, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 2 of the men's lightweight fours. These men all have a high strength-to-weight ratio. Sometimes the joke is they don't get to eat, but they get to row. And as you see, they are lean and mean as they come down the course. Now, right now, early leader blasting out of the starting blocks is lane 1, Sacramento State. Sacramento State making quick work of the first 500 meters here as they rocket out of the starting line and establish an early lead over the field. In second place, it's going to be lane number 4, Santa Clara University. They are chasing Sacramento State at this point as these boats have just crossed 500 meters. In third place, it's going to be lane number 3, Sonoma State University from here in California. And in fourth place, Puget Sound University in that final position. Again, 4 boats racing, 3 go on to the grand final. Now, Sacramento State's at 750 meters. They continue with a solid lead over the Broncos from Santa Clara University, but Santa Clara is charging hard. They did not have the fastest start, but as they hit the middle 1,000 now, we're going to see if they reel in the Hornets from Sacramento State here as they come down this course. Sacramento still in control, but Santa Clara on the hunt. Sacramento now approaching just crossing the halfway markers at 36. Santa Clara at 34. Santa Clara has now pulled up about 2 more boat lengths closer to Sacramento State. Sac State had about 3 boat lengths of open water lead crossing 500 meters. That 3 boat length lead is now down to 1 boat length as Santa Clara has pushed away from the 2 boats behind them. Sonoma State and Puget Sound are now open water behind second place Santa Clara as Santa Clara continues to get closer to first place Sac State. These crews now approaching 1,250 meters, and Santa Clara is just attacking this middle 1,000 with a lower stroke rate than Sacramento State, but a very long, powerful stroke. Sacramento continues at the higher rate as their coxswain looks across and sees the Broncos moving up on them. Again, the top 3 boats go to the grand final. Santa Clara in a good position. In that third place, it continues to be Sonoma State in lane 3. They're also looking good to go on to the grand final. Sonoma State rowing the most comfortable stroke rate here of these 3 lightweight fours. They're at 29 strokes per minute as they keep Puget Sound behind them. That's a pretty comfortable stroke rate here, but again, the goal is just to make it to the grand final. Now, Sacramento State in lane 1 along the shore, they continue to lead here. Santa Clara got closer to them, but now Sacramento State has lengthened out a little bit, and they're taking water back from Santa Clara. So Santa Clara is still on the hunt for Sac State, but Sac State still in command and in control of heat number 2 for the men's lightweight fours. Meters to go. It's the Hornets from right here at Lake Natoma. The Hornets from Sacramento State University. They have held the lead all the way down the course for this heat. Look at them go. They've got the speed that they need as they take it to the line. Santa Clara chasing them still. Open water back. It's about a boat length, as I told you. And in that third qualifying position, Sonoma State University with Puget Sound chasing. Here comes heat number 2 for the men's lightweight fours to the line. Unofficially to the grand final, Sacramento State, Santa Clara University, and Sonoma State.
We are lining up for the men's pair. This is heat 1 of 2 heats of the men's pair. Top 3 crews from this race will move on to the grand final. In lane 1, we have Chapman. In lane 2, Sonoma State. Lane 3, UC Berkeley's lightweights. Lane 4, Washington State. Lane 5, UC Irvine. Lane 6, Loyola Marymount. And lane 7, Puget Sound. We have an update in the men's pair heat 1. It looks like lane 7, Puget Sound, is a scratch. There will be 6 boats racing in this race for the top 3 positions to move on to the grand final.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a start for heat number 1 of the men's pair. Let me clarify a few things for you here. This is a 2-man boat, 1 oar per oarsman, so 1 on port, 1 on starboard. Oftentimes with no steering system, the crews often have to steer simply by adjusting the pressure on their oars, either harder or softer. Some of these boats do have a rudder steering system operated by the footboard that moves from the bow seat position. This is widely regarded as the hardest boat to race because of the steering issue, as well as the fact that you only have 1 oar per side, so the balance and the power applications have to be very precise. Now, I can tell you right now, we're off to a crazy start here in the men's pair race, as the steering is all over the place for a lot of these crews, and the referees have their hands full trying to keep all these crews in their proper lanes. Shake out a little bit more. I'm going to make the first call after they cross 500 meters, because the referees right now are all over the place trying to make sure we don't have any collisions on the water. Okay, we've got some boats out in front with some crazy steering to boot with it. Lane 1 Chapman and Lane 3 UC Berkeley lightweights, who are currently looks like they're almost rowing in Lane 2 at this point. They are out in front, and following them is the outside lane of Lane 6 Loyola Marymount. They are also matching the speed of these 2 inside lanes as these pairs come down the course. In 4th place, we go inside to UC Irvine, and then trailing Irvine is Sonoma State and Washington State. Now, UC Berkeley, assigned to Lane 3, it looks like they're in Lane 2, but they're not interfering with any of these other crews because they're so far ahead with Lane 1 that technically that doesn't constitute a violation in terms of water, but they steering back to Lane 3 now. So Berkeley a bit all over the place. They've got a high stroke rate, but they're moving pretty good here, hanging on to Lane 1 Chapman. On the outside, Loyola Marymount moving up to challenge them, and it could be Loyola taking over the lead here at the 1,000 meter line. We'll give you that call here in just a second. And it will be the outside crew, Lane 6, Loyola Marymount, overtaking the lead now away from Berkeley Lightweights and Chapman. These 3 crews are in the lead. 3 boats going to the grand final, so I'm going to make the call of Loyola Marymount and then Chapman and UC Berkeley. That's assuming that Sonoma State is in Lane 2 further back. As I said, the steering makes calling this a little difficult from the hill, but I can see Berkeley's blades very clearly. The crew in lane number 1 appears to be Chapman, and then on the outside, Loyola Marymount walking away now. Now, what's interesting here is that Loyola Marymount has had one of the best steering courses of all the pairs. So that simply good steering they've had has given them free boat speed, and they're walking away from the Berkeley Lightweights and Chapman because of that. A straight course, a fast course, and Loyola has that straight course right now. Having raced men's pairs myself, I can tell you that steering is everything in this event, and it helps that you have buoy lines on either side here to work off of, making it relatively easy to steer the boat if you pay attention to the details. Loyola doing a good job of that as they hit 1,500 meters first ahead of the other two teams from Chapman, and now the UC Berkeley lightweights falling back to third. Irvine continues in fourth. Irvine slowly getting closer to the UC Berkeley lightweights. Behind them, Washington State, and then finally, Sonoma State in the trailing position. So if you look across the lake right now, look at lane 6. That's going to be Loyola Marymount, and they've had the best steering for this whole race, and look how far ahead. They keep taking water from the other boats because they're efficient with their steering. Every stroke is producing good forward speed. Back inside along the shore, Chapman in lane 1, up 1 length now, bow to stern over the Berkeley lightweights. These are your top 3 boats right now going on to the grand final. That is unofficial, of course. Irvine in 4th, followed by Washington State, and then Sonoma State, as we come into the last 300 meters. All by themselves out in front. Look at Loyola Marymount across the lake. Perfect conditions, flat water, sunny skies, and all kinds of open water behind them to the other crews. That is a great race for anyone to be in. They are rowing with great composure, great swing, and most importantly, great steering here in the men's pair race as they take it to the line. The Lions taking it to the line, followed by Chapman and the Berkeley lightweights in heat number 1 of the men's pairs.
And we have a start in Heat 2 of the men's pair. Top 3 boats from this race will move on to the grand final. In Lane 1, Arizona State. Lane 2, Cal Maritime. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, Portland State. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. And Lane 6, Lewis and Clark. We'll turn it over to the officials in the water for the race call.
All right, and in our second heat of the men's pair, we are just approaching the 500-meter mark. Our early leaders is too close to call between Cal Maritime in lane 2 and Lewis and Clark in lane 6. Open water back to our third place crew. We have UC Santa Barbara. Pacing Santa Barbara in the 4th place position is UCLA. And we have Portland State and Arizona State trailing. Approaching the 750-meter mark, Cal Maritime has taken over in the lead position. Lewis and Clark still in second, about bow to stern to Cal Maritime. In our third place position, UC Santa Barbara has a solid, comfortable lead over the 4th place position of UCLA. Top 4 crews here solidly in their respective positions. Cal Maritime in first, Lewis and Clark in second, UC Santa Barbara in third, and UCLA in fourth, with Portland State and Arizona State trailing. As they approach 1,000 meters, I'm going to turn it over to Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia. This Heat 2 of the men's pair off to a cleaner start than the first one. Good racing by all the crews, good steering. And yes, that Cal Maritime crew, I agree with you. They are way out in front. They look just like the team that won the heat before, the Loyola Marymount crew, which was way out in front. Cal Maritime here dominating, rowing a beautiful race here as they cross the halfway markers. Lewis and Clark in the bright orange unis. I love it. You can see them from way up here on Rattlesnake Hill. They continue to control the race over Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara in that third place position, but Santa Barbara is not in a comfortable position because the Bruins from UCLA continue to slowly sneak up on them like a bear ready to do an attack. It's the Bruins that are going to come up and watch for the Santa Barbara Gauchos here. It's going to get closer because they've been getting closer all the way down the course. The two trailing boats from Portland State and Arizona continue to row a clean race, just not matching the speed of these top four crews. Three boats go to the grand final, and right now it looks to be UCLA almost ready to pull even with Santa Barbara. Will it be the Bruins or the Gauchos taking that third place position and going on to the grand final? Meanwhile, Cal Maritime way out in front. They've got lots of open water. They've got so much open water that you almost can't see the crews behind them. It's just such a comfortable lead for them as they cross the 1,500-meter line. Lewis and Clark continues in second. Half a length behind them, the Gauchos in the yellow unisuits. And then UCLA, the Bruins with the powder blue oars, chasing hard with 500 to go. Keep your eye on UCLA and UC Santa Barbara for that third place position as they Lewis and Clark in the orange unis out in lane 6. Santa Barbara still holding on by about half a length over UCLA for third place. Lewis and Clark still holding on to a second place position, now pushing away. Very nice long stroke from Lewis and Clark as they power away a little bit more now from these two crews behind them, Santa Barbara and UCLA. Cal Maritime, though, look at them out in front again. Perfect racing conditions. They've got the water all to themselves. They are in command and control here at 200 meters to go. Lewis and Clark in second. Santa Barbara still in third with UCLA right there. UCLA right there in striking distance. It's going to be a race for third place. Lewis and Clark now paying attention to how quickly these two boats are moving as they try to catch them. Cal Maritime out in front, easy win in this heat for them to the grand final. Lewis and Clark holding off Santa Barbara. UCLA moving up now. UCLA moving up. It's too close to call. Will it be Santa Barbara or UCLA for third place in the men's pair? Who will go to the grand final? It's still Lewis and Clark for second. It still looks like Santa Barbara. Very close. We'll have to wait for the call from the finish line.
We're lining up for the start of the women's pair. This is heat 1 of 2 heats. Top 3 crews from this final, or from this race, will move on to the grand final. In lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 2, UC Berkeley's lightweights. Lane 3, Santa Clara University. Lane 4, Oregon. Lane 5, UC Davis. And lane 6, Chapman. This is the women's pair heat 1 of 2 heats. Top 3 boats move on to the grand final.
And we have a start in the first heat of the women's pair. All crews through the breakage zone. Coming into the first. In lane 2, the Berkeley lightweight crew bow to stern over lane 1, UC Santa Barbara. Places 3, 4, and 5, and 6 in the 4 trailing boats right now. Too close to call. Berkeley lightweights, though, stroke by stroke extending their lead. Remaining use. Second and third now shaping up a battle between lanes 1 and lane 6, UC Santa Barbara and Chapman University. Right now, lane 1, Santa Barbara, has about a 2-seat advantage over lane 6, Chapman, for that second and third place position. Berkeley lightweights solidly in that first place position. UC Santa Barbara in second, Chapman in third. Our 3 trailing boats here, though, all within contact in a few seats of each other. Their bow balls trading places for the 4th, 5th, and 6th position. As we approach the 750-meter mark, the Berkeley lightweights have extended their lead. They're 3 boat lengths of open water over the second place crew, which is still that battle between lane 6 Chapman and lane 1 Santa Barbara. At this point, I might have to give it to Chapman in second place. And in lane 4, University of Oregon has just overtaken lane 1 Santa Barbara. So University of Oregon now in third place, UC Santa Barbara in 4th. That lane 4 crew, University of Oregon, continuing to move very well and extending every stroke, moving up on that lane 6 position of boat of Chapman. Oregon continuing to walk. They are moving into that second place position. Berkeley lightweights, again, solidly in first. 4 boat lengths of open water. Oregon and Chapman battling for second place. 4th place is Santa Barbara. 5th place, Santa Clara. And trailing is UC Davis. Bob, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Tricia. And I'm noticing from up here on Rattlesnake Hill with my super high-power binoculars, the steering issues again. Santa Barbara had a great start, but they've left the course 2 or 3 times now, gone into lane 0, and then had to come back to lane 1. So that just added to their time and their racing. Meanwhile, the Cal lightweights out in front, they're rowing a great course, and it's paying off in speed. Now the same for Oregon. Oregon didn't have the fastest start, but they've had one of the best steering courses, and now at the halfway markers, they're in second place because of their efficient steering yielding a straight line, which is always the fastest line. That third place position, Chapman still has a good race on their hands, and they can go on to the grand final. They've got to keep an eye on Santa Barbara all the way over in lane 1. Santa Barbara having the most difficulty in steering in this race so far, not affecting any other boats, just themselves. So Santa Barbara could have a fast, they just keep a good course between the buoys. Back behind Oregon, we have Santa Clara, and trailing UC Davis here in the Heat 1 of the women's pair, always one of the craziest races at WIRA's. And there go the California lightweight women, first across the line at 1,500 meters, all by themselves. The Golden Bears in the beautiful blue shell out there in lane number 2, they've got an easy lead. I mean, it's very comfortable. In second place, the University of Oregon in the bright yellow shell in the middle of the course, they're in second place now by open water over the third place team from Chapman on the outside lane. We then go back inside to fourth place, Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara still within striking distance of Chapman as Santa Barbara tries to stay ahead of Santa Clara and UC Davis. The real race to watch here is lane 1, Santa Barbara. Will they move up on Chapman out in lane 6? Meanwhile, California and the University of Oregon continue in more comfortable positions to move on to the grand final. Here, the University of Oregon went to Accra's, the national championships for them, and they brought home the bronze medal in the women's pair. Santa Barbara with their steering again. It's not helping them here as they struggle to catch this boat from Chapman, which is outside in lane 6. It's UC Berkeley lightweights, University of Oregon, and Chapman with Santa Barbara in fourth. 3 boats go to the grand final in the women's pair here. Santa Barbara trying to hold off Santa Clara. Oregon, though, still in second, Chapman in third. UC Berkeley lightweights way out in front. Those are your top 3 crews, and they've had the best steering all the way down the course, and look at them right now. They're out in front with a comfortable margin. So unofficially going to the grand final, it looks to be Berkeley lightweight women, the University of Oregon women, and the Chapman women in the women's pair event. Oh no, Chapman has stopped rowing. Something has happened. Lane 6.
Crews are lining up for the start of the women's pair Heat 2. Top 3 boats from this race will move on to the grand final. In Lane 1, Humboldt State. Lane 2, Long Beach State. Lane 3, Arizona State. Lane 4, Chico State. Lane 5, Seattle University. And Lane 6, Puget Sound.
And we have a start in the second heat of the women's pair. Top 3 to the final. The remaining crews will go to the petite. Coming into the first 250 meters here, we've got Long Beach State with the early lead. Close in second, lane 6, we have Puget Sound. And that third place position is in lane 1, Humboldt State. The fourth place crew, Chico, is bow to stern right now with lane 1, Humboldt State. Seattle University and Arizona State trailing. Puget Sound has just taken a pretty significant move here. Now even with lane 2, Long Beach State for that first place position. Third place still holding on is Humboldt State. We've got open water back to Chico in that fourth place position, and open water to our 5th and 6th crews here, Arizona State and Seattle University. lane 6, Puget Sound, really working hard here on the outside lane. They're at 34 strokes a minute, trying to secure that first place position, but they're being paced really well by the Long Beach State crew in lane 2. Humboldt still holding on in lane 1 for that third place position as those three crews continue to move away from the field and separate from the fourth place crew of Chico. In fifth place, we have Seattle University and Arizona State trailing. These women's pairs steering pretty well here. They're about to hit a little bit of wind on the course. We've got Long Beach that seems to have overtaken that first place position, and now in lane 1, Humboldt State moving up to secure that second place position. Puget Sound in third, but between Puget Sound and Humboldt State, it's going to be a race to watch. Coming into the 1,000, we've got Long Beach State, about a half a boat length to Humboldt State, and Puget Sound just a few seats back. Turn it over to you, Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia, for that race call. This heat for the women's pair going quite cleanly. I like the steering I'm seeing, and nothing crazy here, just a lot of good, clean rowing from all these pairs on the course. Folks, as you heard, lanes 1 and 2, 4 and 6 are the top 4 boats, with 1, 2, and 6 being the top 3. That fourth place boat from Chico State, they're chasing hard here. They're trying to catch the outside boat, Puget Sound, to possibly move up to that third and qualifying position for the grand final, but they've got an open water deficit to overcome. Long Beach State in lane 2, they continue to have a real fight here on their hands with lane 1 Humboldt State. Those lumberjacks, we all know lumberjacks are tough. They don't take anything easily, and they are going to make this a tough race for Long Beach State all the way down the course. On the outside, Puget Sound, those women rowing a great course here, steering beautifully in lane 6 as they continue to hold on to a good third place position to go on to the grand final. We'll give you the next call as they cross 1,500, but again, it's Long Beach, Humboldt, and Puget Sound in the lead with other teams from Arizona State, Chico, and Seattle chasing. And at 1,500 meters, Humboldt State has pulled even with Long Beach State. Long Beach State in the green shell in lane 2. Humboldt State with the yellow blades in lane 1, easy to spot for the spectators. And then look all the way across the lake to lane 6. Puget Sound still rowing a beautiful race and holding on to third place here at 1,500 meters. Chasing continues to be lane number 4, Chico State. Chico, though, is losing water to Puget Sound. They were closer at the halfway markers, but the second 1,000 is where a lot of crews separate out. It's a difference in training, a difference in fitness, and we're seeing that here as these top 3 boats continue to push away with good stroke rates and good steering. Seattle University continuing at 5th. Arizona State in 6th and the final place position. 3 boats going to the grand final. That finish now coming into the spectator area. Now Humboldt State had pulled even, but now with about 250 meters to go, Long Beach State, as feisty as they are, have once again taken the lead in their green shell, holding off the Lumberjacks. Lumberjacks still in 2nd place and going on to the grand final. On the outside, Puget Sound all by themselves. They've been rowing like that down the course, alone, but rowing well with a great course. And that good steering, I'm telling you, makes a big difference in the pairs races. Now, we've had a boat stop right, the fourth, oh, and they flipped. We've had a boat flip. It looks like Chico State flipped. That's right, folks. Give them a round of applause here. They're going to finish the race no matter what.
We are all lined up for the start of the men's Novice 4 Heat 1. This is Heat 1 of 3 heats. Top 2 boats from this race will move on to the grand final. Third and fourth the petite, and the rest will move on to the third final. The lineup for the men's Novice 4 Heat 1. In Lane 1, Sonoma State. Lane 2, Sacramento State. Lane 3, Washington State. Lane 4, San Diego. Lane 5, Southern Oregon University. Lane 6, San Diego State University, and in Lane 7, UC Davis. It looks like there has been a start for the men's Novice 4 Heat 1, and crews have been called back to the start for a possible restart. We will keep you updated.
Top of the hill to bend. It looks like the race has been stopped.
And folks, we have a start here in the men's novice 4, heat number 1. These crews were called back here, but they've got off to a clean start now. All crews are through the breakage zone, approaching 250 meters to go. Our early leaders in lane 2, we have Sacramento State, and lane 4, University of San Diego. Lane 3, Washington State, and lane 5 battling for that third place position. In 5th place, we've got lane 7, UC Davis, and our lane 1 crew, Sonoma State, trailing. Our lane 6 is empty. San Diego State University is not in this race, so lane 6 is empty. Coming into the 500-meter mark, lane 4, University of San Diego, with the early lead, continuing to hold it. They are a half a boat length up over lane 2, Sacramento State. Our third place crew, lane 5, Southern Oregon, is about 2 seats down on Sacramento State. Fourth place, Washington State, beginning to walk on lane 5, Southern Oregon, to move into that third place position. So again, our first place crew right now is San Diego. Second place, Sac State. And now Washington State has overtaken Southern Oregon for that third place position. Southern Oregon in 4th. Lane 7, UC Davis, and trailing is Sonoma State. Our first place crew, San Diego, has now open water over lane 2, Sac State. Washington State and Southern Oregon continuing to battle. It's going to be a close race here. Southern Oregon may push back into Washington State. They're pacing each other nicely right here. And even Sac State here, they're not out of the woods as Washington State is looking over and trying to walk up on Sacramento. San Diego is going to be the first through the 1,000-meter mark. A boat length of open water back to Sacramento State. Third place position is Washington State. Fourth place, Southern Oregon. Fifth place, UC Davis. And trailing Sonoma State. I'll turn it over to you, Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia. Just to remind the folks, originally this was scheduled to be a 7-boat race, but lane number 6 is empty, so only 6 boats on the course racing at this point. Now that leader, University of San Diego, they've had the lead from the beginning, and they continue to hold on to that lead here by an open water margin now that's growing as they come into the second 1,000 meters. In second place, it is Sacramento State continuing to hold off a very close challenge from Washington State University in lane number 3. Hot on the heels of Washington State is Southern Oregon University from Ashland, Oregon. Southern Oregon, a brand new program. This is their first year, and here they are taking on established programs, teams like Davis, teams like Washington State, Sac State, and they're hanging with them. So off to a great start up there, Grant Lake near Ashland, Oregon, where Southern Oregon University rows. They are in a position here, a threatening position, to move on to the grand final if they can move up on these 2 boats just ahead of them. Sacramento State and Washington State. Two boats will go to the grand final. Southern Oregon in fourth, still within striking distance. University of San Diego first across the 1,500-meter markers, now by almost 2 boat lengths of open water over the next two closest boats from Sac State and Washington State. Southern Oregon still in fourth, then UC Davis, and finally Sonoma State. Too close to call for second place between the Hornets of Sacramento State and the Cougars of Washington State. They are bow ball to bow ball here, 400 meters to go. Southern Oregon still a little further back in fourth. They've got time, but not much. They've got to make a big move if they want to go to the grand final. But still a great showing for Southern Oregon, the newest WIRA team here at the championships. University of San Diego rowing a long, slow, comfortable stroke as they continue to lead by a significant open water margin. And now Washington State, Sacramento State, Washington State moving up by half a deck maybe. Sac State chasing hard. Two boats go to the grand final. Right now it's University of San Diego, Washington State, Sac State right there. Southern Oregon in fourth, Davis in fifth, Sonoma State in sixth. This is heat 1 of 3 for the men's novice fours. It's all about University of San Diego, with Washington State holding off a hard-charging Sacramento State.
We have a start for the men's novice 4 heat 2. Top 2 boats from this race move on to the grand final. Third and fourth the petite. The rest move on to the third final. In lane 1 of the men's novice 4 heat 2, Santa Clara. Lane 2, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 3, Seattle University. Lane 4, Oregon. Lane 5, Pacific Lutheran. Lane 6, Western Washington. And lane 7, UC Irvine. This is the men's novice 4 heat 2. Top 2 crews move on to the grand final.
And our second heat of the men's novice 4 is underway on the course, approaching 500 meters. Santa Clara is in first place, followed closely by lane 7, UC Irvine. Those two crews, Santa Clara walking now, walking quickly through UC Santa Barbara. So it looks like lane 6, Western Washington, is now taking over that third place position. Santa Barbara in fourth. Fifth place, we go back to Seattle University, followed by University of Oregon. Pacific Lutheran continuing to trail. Through the 1,000, I'll turn it over to Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia, for that call. Yes, I agree with you. Lane 1, Santa Clara. We've seen their men's program just do such great things over the past several years, and these novices are the future of the varsity programs, and based on what I'm seeing from the Santa Clara novice men, the future looks bright for their varsity program as they come down this lake way out in front, lots of open water, clearly in first place to go on to the grand final. Going all the way across the lanes to lane 7, UC Irvine continuing in second place, also looking like a bright future for their varsity program as their novices are doing well here. Right behind them, though, they've got to keep an eye on Western Washington. Western Washington not that far back behind Irvine. And, of course, back on the inside lane number 2, UC Santa Barbara still in contention to be a spoiler for the party here. It could be Irvine, it could be Western Washington or Santa Barbara moving into that second and final qualifying position here from this heat. Seattle continues in fourth, followed by Oregon and then Pacific Lutheran. These are the men's novice fours, all in their first year collegiate rowing, as they come here into the last 500 meters, just now hitting the 1,500 meter markers with Santa Clara all by themselves, rowing comfortably. It still will be Irvine in second. There they go across 1,500 meters, followed by Western Washington and Santa Barbara, very close together. Santa Barbara and Western Washington, both still within striking distance of Irvine on the outside. Keep your eye on Santa Barbara in the bright yellow unis, and look at the white unis all the way over in lane 7. That's Irvine and Western Washington right next to them. Irvine still has second place. They're holding off Western Washington, and they're holding off Santa Barbara. Heat number 2 of the men's novice 4 is now finishing. It's been all about Santa Clara University. There they are out in front. Across the lake in the white unis in the white hall, that's UC Irvine continuing to hold off a hard-charging Western Washington and a UC Santa Barbara back inside in lane 2. Irvine is held on to second place all the way down the course. They still got it. They're so close to the finish line, and then they go to the grand final. Santa Clara understroking the field as they come to the line. Irvine looking strong. Little bobble right there, little bobble for Irvine, but they got it back, and they still got it over Western Washington and Santa Barbara.
All right, we've got the third heat of the men's novice 4 underway on the course. Just passing 500 meters, our early leaders, Long Beach State, rowing out of lane 5. Sorry, let me make make a correction on that. Our early leaders is Arizona State rowing out of lane 5. Arizona State in first place. Bow to stern on lane 1, Puget Sound. Our third place crew is going to go to lane 6, UCLA. Fourth place position, lane 2, University of San Diego, followed by Long Beach State and Humboldt State trailing. Arizona State continues to hold that bow to stern advantage over Puget Sound. Lane 6, UCLA, working hard on this outside lane here to come into contact with Puget Sound. And we have open water back to lane 2, University of San Diego in fourth place. Arizona State understroking the rest of the crews out here, opening up their lead now. They have open water over places 2 and 3. Puget Sound holding on to second, but UCLA has now walked up to about a seat away from taking over. So we're going to turn it over to Bob here, and we're going to see how this unfolds down the course.
All right, so here we go. It's a 3-boat race for the top 2 positions here in heat number 3 of the men's novice 4s. Top 2 boats go on to the grand finals. Arizona State continuing out in front. They've got a good amount, I want to say about 2 seats open water over the next closest teams from UCLA and Puget Sound. But Puget Sound has made a big move since the halfway markers, and as a result, they have moved up even with UCLA. So it's too close to call now for that second place position at 1,250 meters. Is it UCLA or Puget Sound for second place? Looking at how this is going, I'm going to put it on UCLA as we approach 1,500. They have an extra gear they found after crossing the halfway markers, and they're using it well. And yes, they have now overtaken, Puget Sound, has overtaken UCLA for that second place. It's Puget Sound over UCLA for second place. Lane number 1, Puget Sound moving even closer now to Arizona State. Arizona State first across 1,500, right behind them by a length. Puget Sound, then UCLA. Open water back, we go to UC San Diego in 4th, followed by Long Beach State, and then finally Humboldt State in 6th. Good racing here by Puget Sound as they patiently went after UCLA, and they caught them, and now they're up on them by about half a boat length as they move into the last 350 meters. But right in the middle of all the action, that's Arizona State, folks, coming from the desert, coming down from Tempe Town Lake, and here they are rowing like a boss at Lake Natoma, taking charge of this heat all the way to the finish line. It's the Arizona State novice men in first, followed by Puget Sound along the shore. Puget Sound being chased by third place UCLA. UCLA still within striking distance here. Anything could happen with novice racing. Arizona State out in front. Puget Sound for second. UCLA still in striking distance. 100 meters to go.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a start in the first heat of the women's novice 4. This is a 5-boat race. Top 2 to the grand final, 3 and 4 to the petite. The remaining crews to the third level final. Coming into the 250-meter mark, Stanford Lightweights and Seattle University battling for that top position. The remaining boats, Lane 1, Santa Barbara, Lane 3, Humboldt State, and Lane 5, Arizona State, all within striking distance of each other, battling for that third place position. Overall, the entire field is in contact with one another. But we have Stanford Lightweights with a 2-seat advantage over Seattle University for first place, Seattle University in second, half a boat length back to Santa Barbara for third. Just a seat or two now in that fourth place position of Arizona State, and currently Humboldt State in that fifth place position. Starting to see just a little bit of separation now of the crews. Seattle University has overtaken the Stanford Lightweights, but just by a seat or two. They're pacing each other nicely. Seattle University, though, has got just a little bit more run and taking a few more seats over Stanford. Third place, Arizona State. And our fourth place crew is at Santa Barbara. Approaching 750 meters. Seattle University with a half a boat length over Stanford Lightweights. Stanford Lightweights bow to stern to Lane 5, Arizona State. Stanford Lightweights taking a move now. They've increased their stroke rate and may have pulled up even again with Seattle University. Good race going on here for that first place position. Gonna have to give it back to Stanford Lightweights now. One seat down. Sorry, Stanford in first, Seattle University in second by 1 seat. Those two crews open water over Arizona State in third. All right, the call at 1,000 meters, Stanford Lightweights, 1 seat over Seattle University. We have half a boat open water to Arizona State, Humboldt, and Santa Barbara trailing. Over to you, Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia. This is an interesting race. The Stanford lightweight women, who obviously were less than open weight women, are understroking and showing more boat speed here as they have taken a seat of water away from the Seattle team. And Seattle's still in second place in a good position to win the grand final, but they're at the higher stroke rate. The lightweights are at the lower stroke rate, and yet the lightweights are still moving ahead. That is a very high strength to weight fitness for that Stanford lightweight boat, and they're doing a super job. On the outside, Arizona State University in third place, but not in a position to go on to the grand final at this point unless they overcome an open water deficit of about 2 boat lengths of water. Santa Barbara in lane 1, they're in fourth place, and behind them in fifth place, the Lumberjacks from Humboldt State. So this field is becoming more spread out, as you heard Tricia call it, but the race for second place is clear. It's Seattle at this point, as the Stanford lightweight women in the second 1,000 meters show that they've got the real stuff here to move away from the field as they get more tired. The second 1,000 always the toughest meters, but the Stanford lightweight women making it look easy. These crews now about to hit 1,500 meters, and after that, we'll give you that next update. And there go the Stanford lightweight novice women first across 1,500 at about 32.5 strokes per minute. Seattle higher at 34 to 34.5. The Stanford lightweight women continue to slowly take water away from Seattle, but Seattle still in a good qualifying position here as the top two boats. Two boats going to the grand final, and that is the Stanford lightweights and Seattle at this point as they approach the line. Santa Barbara, Arizona State, Humboldt State continuing to trail here for the women's novice fours. They're rowing cleanly, just not matching speed as water conditions on Lake Merced have turned to almost perfect conditions. Here they come, Stanford lightweight women making it look easy, followed by Seattle, top two to the grand final. You're looking at them with Santa Barbara, Arizona State, Humboldt State chasing. This is the first of three heats for the women's novice fours.
And we have a start for the women's novice 4 heat 2. Top two boats from this race move on to the grand final. In lane 1, Southern Oregon University. Lane 2, Puget Sound. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, UC San Diego. Lane 5, Loyola Marymount. And Lane 6, Western Washington. We have a start, and we'll turn it over to our announcers in the water.
On the course, our second heat of the women's novice 4. Again, another very tight field at about 300 meters in. The early leader is Puget Sound, but only by a half a boat length here. Second place, Loyola Marymount, being paced very closely though by Southern Oregon in lane 1. Southern Oregon, again, a new team to this league, so it's making a great showing in this Novice 4 event in this early part of the race. Fourth place, we'll put Western Washington. Okay, just passing the 500-meter mark, Puget Sound has extended their lead. There's our lane 5 crew, Loyola Marymount, still in contact, but Puget Sound has begun to open it up just a bit here. Third place has turned over to Western Washington now. Western Washington on the move, challenging Loyola Marymount. Fourth place crew is Southern Oregon. They're dropping back just a bit now with UC Davis and UCSD trailing. Continuing in first is Puget Sound, but Loyola Marymount now also took a fairly solid move and is about 1 seat away from overtaking Puget Sound. So first and second here getting very tight. Third place also Western Washington separating from that fourth and fifth place crew. So early lead, or the top two crews, Loyola Marymount and Puget Sound, too close to call for first. Third place by a half a boat of water, Western Washington. Coming into that 1,000 meters, we have a lead change. Loyola Marymount is now solidly in first. Western Washington challenging Puget Sound for that second place position. Open water to Southern Oregon. Fifth place, UC Davis, and trailing UC San Diego. Turn it over to you, Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia. And I'll tell you, from atop Rattlesnake Hill here, the Western Washington women with their bright neon green hats, easy to see, easy to watch here as they continue to move up on the field. That team in lane 2, Puget Sound, they've got the lead, but as you heard Tricia say, this race is actually getting closer and tighter as it comes down the lake towards the spectator area. So spectators for Puget Sound, spectators for Loyola, Western Washington, Southern Oregon, these are the top 4 boats out front. Get ready to cheer your hearts out for these 4 crews as these novice women try to qualify for the grand final. And again, Southern Oregon, I got to give a shout out for them. First year at Lake Natoma, and they're rowing like one of the big dog teams. I love it. Go Southern Oregon here as they come into their first year competition at the WIRA Championships. Puget Sound continuing in lane 2 with the white unis. They're doing a super job holding on to first place. As you heard, Loyola Marymount, the Lions of Loyola Marymount, really charging hard, trying to pull them back in. Pacing Loyola Marymount is Western Washington in lane 6 with the green hats. You'll see them as they try to match the pace of Loyola Marymount. These 2 boats chasing Puget Sound in first. Southern Oregon in 4th. UC Davis in 5th, and right behind them, very close, UC San Diego. At 1,500 meters, it's still Puget Sound, then Loyola Marymount, then Western Washington, then a little further back, we'll see Southern Oregon. Now UC San Diego overtaking Davis for 5th place here in heat number 3 as these crews hit 1,500 meters. And now we have a change in the position. What a great racer. Loyola Marymount has overtaken Puget Sound for first place. It's Loyola Marymount moving into first, just past 1,500, and Western Washington now working by Puget Sound into second. So the outside lanes, lanes 5 and 6, are the fastest lanes for this race, and they are taking water away from Puget Sound. Loyola Marymount and Western Washington now in the top 2 spots to go on to the grand finals. Something happened to that Puget Sound boat because they were clearly holding on to that lead. And then after 1,500 meters, Western Washington and Loyola came alive and just walked through them. And even now, Western Washington still moving, and now Western Washington in the lead ahead of Loyola Marymount as they come to the line for heat number 2 of the women's novice fours.
The next race is the women's novice 4. This is the third heat of the women's novice 4. Top 2 boats will go on to the grand final, third and fourth petite. The rest will move on to the third final. In lane 1 of the women's novice 4 heat 3, Seattle Pacific. Lane 2, UC Irvine. Lane 3, Pacific Lutheran. Lane 4, Long Beach State. Lane 5, Lewis and Clark. And lane 6, University of Oregon.
And our third and final heat of the women's novice 4 underway on the course here. About 400 meters in, and our early leader with about a bow to stern advantage is Seattle Pacific. Second place position, UC Irvine. 2 seats back to Pacific Lutheran in third. Lane 4, Long Beach State, is in fourth place. And we'll move out to University of Oregon in lane 6 for fifth, with Lewis and Clark trailing here in the early part of this race. Seattle Pacific in first, about 3 feet open water over our second place crew, Irvine. Very good battle going on here for third place between Pacific Lutheran and Long Beach State. And on the outside, University of Oregon is beginning to move up this outside lane. They may be able to sneak up here on the crews in lanes 2, 3, and 4 and challenge for one of these top positions. Our first place crew, Seattle Pacific, is walking away from the field at this point. They now have a boat length of open water as we go through the 750-meter mark. Irvine continues in second place, but just by a seat. Pacific Lutheran battling to take over that second place position, Oregon about a half a boat length down from those crews in second and third. So Oregon in fourth, but on Oregon with a really nice move right now. Oregon moving into that second place position here. So we have Seattle Pacific way out in front. They've got 2 boat lengths of open water as they approach the 1,000-meter. Oregon in second. And between Irvine and Pacific Lutheran, too close to call for that third place position right now. Bob, I'm going to turn it over to you.
All right, folks, here comes the third and final heat for the women's novice fours. As you heard, that leader way out in front is lane 1, Seattle Pacific University. They continue with at least 3 boat lengths of open water between themselves and the next closest boat, which is going to be a close one. That's going to be the University of Oregon in lane 6. University of Oregon was very calm and patient for the first 1,000 meters, and now they're showing their fitness as they come into the second 1,000, and they still have a gear to use to keep their speed up. But Oregon has a lot on their hands because UC Irvine and Pacific Lutheran are right there pacing them. We're in contact with Oregon, and anything could happen. So it's a 3-boat race for second place, and that second place boat goes to the grand finals. Will it be Irvine, Pacific Lutheran, or the University of Oregon? In 5th and 6th place continues to be Long Beach State, followed by Lewis and Clark. They are back open water from these top 4 boats, so they're not in a good position to go on to the grand final. They are rowing well, though, rowing cleanly with good steering coming from their coxswain. So good boats from all these programs, but nobody can touch the speed of Seattle Pacific. They are out in front by themselves. Back to second place. We're about to make the call at 1,500 meters. And it is going to be close. It is the University of Oregon. University of Oregon, the Ducks came flying in from Eugene, and they've got the speed right now to hold on to the second place position for their women's novice 4. Their women's novice 8 made the grand final earlier today. Now they're trying to get their novice 4 into the grand final as well. Hot on their heels, though, Irvine and Pacific Lutheran still there, the closest boat being UC Irvine in lane 2. Oregon, though, making a push right now, and now they're pushing away really hard. Oregon just lit up the afterburners, and now they're walking away from Irvine as they come into the last 300 meters. This is the third and final heat for the novice women's 4s. 2 boats to the grand final. Seattle Pacific University and the University of Oregon, with Irvine and Pacific Lutheran chasing, and then Long Beach State and Lewis and Clark trailing. Here comes that finish, folks, before we move on to the petite and third finals for the rest of the day.
And we're approaching 500 meters of the men's 2v8 petite final. Lane 1, UC Davis. Lane 2, Santa Clara B. Lane 3,
And
Western
underway
Washington.
On the course right now, we have the men's JV8 petite final. Early leaders approaching 500 meters is Santa Clara rowing in lane 2. Our second place crew right now is going to go to San Diego State. There is a battle for third right now between UC Davis and Western Washington. And we have open water back to Oregon. San Diego State on the move now, challenging Santa Clara. San Diego State is a half a boat down right now. They've moved up quite a bit from my earlier call. So Santa Clara in the lead, but San Diego State in the move for that second place position. Third place, Western Washington. They're half a boat length down on San Diego State. And we've got a half a boat length back to the fourth place crew of UC Davis. About 800 meters in, and all crews are pacing each other right now. There hasn't been much movement. First place, Santa Clara. Second, San Diego State. Third place, Western Washington. And then fourth is UC Davis. As we come into the 1,000-meter mark right now, we're going to give the call over to Bob.
Five boats on the course. This is the petite final for the men's second varsity eights, the second fastest eights from each program. That early leader, Santa Clara, their B boat, they are on fire. They're out in front. They've got open water, and they continue to push away from the field here. We're going to get a stroke rate on them here as they come into a small wind patch, but they're handling it well. They're rowing at 34 strokes per minute, so as they power into this wind patch, they're not losing any water to the other teams. In that second place position, San Diego State University followed extremely closely by Western Washington in third, and then to lane 1, UC Davis. In the trailing position, the University of Oregon, they are back 4 boat lengths of open water behind UC Davis. That puts Oregon in 5th place. Now, side by side, Western Washington and San State, they are pacing one another, bow ball to bow ball, and almost matching them is UC Davis in lane 1. So it's 3 boats across here in the petite final. This is the second level final. Whoever wins this final can claim 7th place overall among the men's second varsity eights. Right now, Santa Clara is in control. They continue to put open water between their stern and the bows of the boats behind them. It's Santa Clara now by almost a boat length and a half of open water over the crew moving into the new second place position. That's going to be Western Washington now moving slightly ahead of San Diego State. Davis now falling back to 4th place. Again, the winner here claims 7th place overall in this event. But keep in mind, folks, this is the B boat from Santa Clara. Their A boat is in the grand final. So this is Santa Clara's 3V boat beating JV boats from other programs. That's how deep they are, and they're making easy work of it. And now, look at this race between San Diego State and Western Washington. San Diego State on the outside, pushing their bow up even, now slightly ahead of Western Washington. It's a dogfight for honor here. Davis in 4th along the shore, followed by Oregon. Santa Clara in the lead. Petite final for the men's second varsity eights now finishing. Santa Clara, San Diego State, Western Washington, Davis, and Oregon.
And underway on the course right now is the women's second varsity 8 petite final. This is a two-boat race here between University of Irvine and Mills College. 400 meters in, and Irvine's got a solid lead right now, about a boat length of open water over Mills College. Approaching that 500-meter mark. Irvine continuing to walk away here.
Folks, this is a two-boat race, so our race call will be a little bit more spaced out. Now, I can tell you, only two boats on the course, UC Irvine and Mills. And unfortunately, Mills just caught a huge crab, and their boat has come to an almost complete stop. The crew is still struggling to recover. It might have had an oar pop out of an oarlock. Not sure. Now, there they go. They've recovered, and now the coxswain has brought the crew back together and is getting them started again. But as a result now, Mills is quite a bit ways back from Irvine. So a tough break for Mills, unfortunately. Irvine now way out in front here in the petite final for the women's second varsity 8s. We'll give you that next call just past 1500. But again, Mills suffered an unfortunate crab that stopped their boat right at the halfway markers. And now the women's petite final for the second varsity 8s has crossed the 1,500-meter line. That's going to be UC Irvine way out in front. And you will see behind them Mills College. They are back underway, racing at full cadence. Two-boat race coming into the spectator area. The winner of this race can claim 7th place overall among the women's second varsity 8s. And right now, that looks to be UC Irvine with Mills behind them in 8th place overall.
underway on the course right now. We have the men's novice 8 third level final. In lane number 1, we have the University of California Berkeley lightweights, lane 2, Long Beach, and lane 3, University of Oregon. Our leaders are the Berkeley lightweights here. They have a boat length of open water over lane 3, Oregon, who has a boat length of open water over lane 2, Long Beach. And here for the men's novice 8 third level final, we have our leader, University of California lightweights, rowing through the 1,000-meter mark. Oregon's doing a good job keeping the same amount of space between with a boat length of open water in that second place position, and we have Long Beach trailing. Oregon just catching a crab now, the Bowsy catching a crab, so we're going to see if Long Beach can take advantage and move up in this position, in their positioning.
And thank you, Tricia. 3-boat race here, folks. Now, this is a third-level final for the men's novice 8. So the winner of this race will claim 13th place overall among the men's novice 8s. And immediately following this final will be the petite final, where the winner will claim 7th place overall. The grand finals will be tomorrow on Sunday. Now, the leader right here are the UC Berkeley lightweights out in lane 1 by a very comfortable, dominating margin. They've got lots of open water, almost, I want to say, 100 meters of open water between themselves and the next 2 closest boats from Long Beach State and the University of Oregon. These are the novice 8s, all in their first year of rowing in the collegiate level. And right now, Long Beach State and Oregon are very close, separated by only 2 seats, as they chase the leader, UC Berkeley lightweight. We'll give you that next call as they come into the spectator area. But right now, Long Beach State is working ahead of Oregon. Oregon just had a bit of a bobble and another crab. That's 2 crabs for Oregon as they approach 1,500 meters. And there's another crab for Oregon, 3 crabs. And what's happened now is that Long Beach State is walking away. It looks like the Oregon 3 seat cannot get his oar back. Yep, there is something wrong with 3 seat in the Oregon boat, and unfortunately, it has slowed their boat down tremendously. So Long Beach State walking away with 2nd place here in the 3rd level final. Out in front, UC Berkeley lightweights. These are the men's novice 8s coming at you. 200 meters to go for the 3rd level final of the men's novice 8s, and that's Berkeley right by the 200-meter mark. It's in that beautiful yellow shell. They've got the lead, and they're going to take it to the line. They're going to be followed by Long Beach State and then Oregon. We now turn our eyes to the starting line to catch the petite final for the same event, the men's novice 8, which will start shortly.
And we're ready for a start of the men's Novice 8 Petite Final. In Lane 1, Washington State. Lane 2, San Diego State University. Lane 3, UC Davis. Lane 4, Southern California. Lane 5, Sonoma State. And Lane 6, Chico State. This is the men's Novice 8 Petite Final. We'll turn it over to Trisha on the water for the race call.
So we've got Davis in the lead. Walking away, Washington State in second, and still too close to call between the remaining four crews for that third place position. we come into the 1,000-meter point, Davis now with about a stern advantage over Washington State. So Davis rowing really nicely here, beginning to walk away and separate themselves from Washington State. Washington State still open water over the remaining crews, but Southern California and Sonoma State here in position battling for that third place position. San Diego State and Chico off the pace just a bit, but they are, all four of those crews are still within contact of each other. Bob, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Tricia. Good call there for the first 1,000. You know, a boat is more fun when it has great run, and that boat right now is UC Davis as they come down the course with beautiful run and ratio, just taking complete control of the stroke and using every stroke to maximum efficiency. Just really moving nicely through the water as they continue to take water away from Washington State and the remaining field. Davis out by open water now. Washington State in second place. Then back across to lane number 5, Sonoma State. Sonoma State in a close race with San Diego State for third. Too close to call between San Diego State and Sonoma State. Slight advantage perhaps to San Diego State on the inside there, but Sonoma State putting up a good fight. Right behind Sonoma State, we have University of Southern California, the Trojans, and they are holding off Chico State in lane 6. USC in 5th, Chico State in 6th. Let's go back to the front. The leader, UC Davis, just now hitting the 1,500-meter markers. Hot on their heels, it's going to be Washington State in lane 1, but they're still down about 2 seats open water from Davis as they come into the last 500. This is the petite final for the men's novice eights. The winner of this race claims 7th place overall among the men's novice eights. Sonoma State in 3rd place, continuing to hold off San Diego State here in the petite final. Davis up in front, followed by Washington State, but it's Sonoma State holding on to that 3rd place position here in the petite final. Hard charging San Diego State crew, though, could still change that, but now they're increasingly falling behind a sprinting Sonoma State crew. If Davis takes this race, they've got 7th place overall. Washington State would have 8th, Sonoma State 9th. And then we go to the remaining teams from San Diego State, University of Southern California, and Chico State. Men's novice 8 petite final now finishing, and it's all about UC Davis to the line.
And on the course right now, we have the women's novice 8 third level final. This is a 2-boat race between Chico in lane 1 and Washington State in lane 2. And right now, At about 450 meters into the race, we've got a good dual race going on. Chico State has about a 2-seat advantage over Washington State. So through the first 500 meters now, Chico State still in the lead. They've extended by about 2 seats, so they are a half a boat up on Washington State University. Chico State is rowing at 35 strokes a minute. Washington State at a 34. Good. Both of these crews continuing to pace each other. Washington State has increased their stroke rate and being able to maintain that positioning on Chico. So they can feel the boat next to each other. Chico to their advantage and Washington State to continue to work up on that boat. Chico is not walking away and Washington State is trying really hard to walk up on Chico. And as we approach 1,000 meters here, Chico's still in the lead, but Washington State is not giving up. So Bob, I'll turn it over to you for this last 1,000 meters of the course to see how this unfolds.
Well, for a two-boat race, folks, this is proving to be a very good race here as the third level final for the women's novice eights comes down the course. Chico and Washington State now almost in contact. It's about a bow to stern advantage for Chico over Washington State. So these crews are now past the halfway markers, approaching 1,250 meters, but they are pacing each other very well, and it is Chico State in the lead ahead of Washington State now by a bow to stern advantage. We'll give you the next call at 1,500 meters. And at 1,500 meters, it continues to be Chico State in the lead, but their lead has grown. They've now pushed away by another 6 seats from Washington State from the 1,000-meter line. So Chico State showing a little bit more increase in speed here as they come into the last 500 meters. The winner of this race can claim 13th place overall among the women's novice eights. 200 meters to go for the women's third level Novice 8 final. And it is Chico State in the lead over Washington State with 200 meters to go. Again, the winner of this race claims 13th place overall among the women's Novice 8s. The petite final will be immediately following this race, and the winner of that race will claim 7th place overall. Chico State in the lead here as they come to the line.
had a start for the women's novice 8 petite final. In lane 1, Orange Coast College. Lane 2, Southern Oregon University. Lane 3, Sacramento State. Lane 4, University of California, San Diego. Lane 5, Sonoma State. And in lane 6, Santa Clara. All crews are past the 100-meter breakage zone, so the race is official and getting underway now. We're at the 300-meter mark, and our early leaders is Orange Coast College running out of lane 1. There's a battle for second place right now between lanes 2, 4, and 6. So Southern Oregon, UC San Diego, and Santa Clara all battling for that second place position. Had a very strong first 500 here. A lot of lane changes. At lane 6, Santa Clara is moving up nicely here on our leader, Orange Coast College. So Orange Coast College and Santa Clara here, first and second. In third place now, out of lane 4, lane 3, that is Sacramento State. So Sacramento State in that third place position. Orange Coast in the lead. Sacramento State now coming into second place, with Santa Clara dropping to third. Fourth place position, Southern Oregon University. And our fifth and sixth place crews are UC San Diego and Sonoma State. Orange Coast College maintaining their lead, but Sacramento State now about a half a boat length down. So they've moved up quite a bit here in this first 750 meters. Orange Coast College in the lead, Sac State in second, a half a boat length back to Santa Clara. Our fourth place crew is going to go to Southern Oregon University. I'm going to turn it over to Bob here for the call of the last 1,000.
All right, thank you, Tricia, for that first 1,000-meter race call. Here for the petite final of the women's novice 8s, the winner of this race overall claims 7th place among the women's novice boats. Out in front, Orange Coast College in lane 1, closely followed by second place, lane 3, Sacramento State. In that third place position on the outside, lane 6, Santa Clara. Back inside to lane 2 for fourth place, Southern Oregon University. Again, the new program here at WIRA's, and here they are ahead of other established programs from UC San Diego and Sonoma State. As these boats now approach 1,250 meters, the women of Orange Coast continue to hold about a 2-seat open water advantage over Sacramento State. The Sacramento State Hornets training right here at Lake Merced every day. They are chasing the women from Coast. Lane 6, Santa Clara, continues to hold off Southern Oregon in lane 2, but that race is getting closer, and Santa Clara's steering is a little bit erratic right now. They've steered close to 6 or close to 5 and then away from 5, so that added to their time, and that lets Southern Oregon get a little closer to them, to the point now where at 1,500 meters, Southern Oregon will be in contact down only about 4 seats. Again, this is the petite final. The winner will claim 7th place overall. Orange Coast women first across 1,500 meters. Bow to stern behind them, Sacramento State. And it's still Santa Clara holding off Southern Oregon. Santa Clara making a push now to get away from Southern Oregon, and they continue to hold them off. But Southern Oregon, for a new program, doing a super job hanging tough here with the Santa Clara women as they try to get closer to them and race for an honorable 3rd place finish here in the petite final. The trailing boats continue to be Sonoma State and UC San Diego. Now Sacramento State coming on strong here in the last 300 meters. You can see they have been taking water away from Santa Clara. Some crews are known for great sprinting, and right now Sacramento State is showing that as they sprint well and take on water and now move ahead of Orange Coast. Great racing here by Sacramento State as they come from behind to overtake Orange Coast for 1st place in the petite final for the women's novice 8s. On the outside, Santa Clara still for 3rd, then back inside to Southern Oregon for 4th, then UC San Diego for 5th, followed by Sonoma State. Sacramento State to the line. They're going to take 7th overall for the women's novice 8s.
And ladies and gentlemen, the first of 2 semifinals for the men's varsity 4 is underway on the course right now. Through the first 500 meters, our early leader is UC Irvine. 2 seats back is Oregon. So those 2 crews out in front here for the first of the semifinals. Our 3rd place crew and 3rd qualifier right now is UC San Diego. 1 boat length back, we've got Arizona State battling closely with San Diego State, and trailing is Washington State University. Irvine continuing to extend their lead over Oregon. Irvine in 1st, Oregon 2nd, and about a boat length of open water back to the 3rd place crew, UC San Diego. Arizona State in that 4th place position, but they're definitely working hard to close the gap on San Diego. At the 1,000-meter mark, Irvine just now crossing. Oregon following now. And UC San Diego. I'll turn it over to you, Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia. Folks, as you heard, there are 2 semifinals for the men's varsity 4s. This morning they raced in the heats. Now they're in the semifinals, and from these 2 semifinals, the top 6 will advance to the grand final and race tomorrow for the medals. Top 3 boats from each semifinal move on to tomorrow's grand final. Right now, Irvine in lane 1 out in front, they're going to be in the white unisuits. They have a commanding lead over the field here. Behind them in second place is the University of Oregon. Now, the University of Oregon has open water over UC San Diego. UC San Diego, an established varsity program, Oregon, a club program that barely gets any funding, and yet they are rowing like a boss right now and taking second place from the entire field. UC San Diego rowing well. They're holding off the remaining 3 boats from San Diego State, Arizona State, and Washington State. As we approach 1,500 meters, it's going to continue to be Irvine, Oregon, and UC San Diego in that order. The 4th place team now is going to go to lane 5, Arizona State, as they move ahead of both Washington State and San Diego State on the inside and outside lanes. 3 boats to the grand final. We'll give the next call here in about 200 meters. All right, coming into the spectator area, here are the top 3 boats from this semifinal. 3 to the grand final tomorrow. It's UC Irvine, University of Oregon, and UC San Diego. In 4th place, we go back to Arizona State, followed by Washington State, and then finally San Diego State, as these boats now come to the finish line. As long as they qualify, they're happy. Conserve the energy, because tomorrow they race for the medals. And it's looking good for these top 3 crews. UC Irvine, a club program, Oregon, a club program, and UC San Diego, a varsity program. Here they come to the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, our next race will be the men's Varsity 4 semifinal number 2. In lane 1, UCLA's B entry. Lane 2, Puget Sound. Lane 3, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 4, University of Oregon B entry. Lane 5, Chico State. And lane 6, UCLA's A entry. These crews had a start, and they have been called back to the line. It appeared that there was a false start. We will let you know when we have a restart of the men's varsity 4 semifinal number 2.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've had a restart for the second semifinal for the men's varsity 4. Top 3 crews will move on to the grand final tomorrow. $250 meters into the race, our early leader, but only by 2 seats, is Puget Sound. UCLA Seaboat in second, with Santa Barbara close behind. Our 4th place crew, Chico State, pacing Santa Barbara really well here. So top 4 positions, all within striking distance of one another. UCLA in lane 6, and trailing is the Oregon B-Boat. At 500 meters, UCLA Seaboat has taken over that lead spot from Puget Sound. So UCLA up by 1 seat over Puget Sound. A boat length back now is Santa Barbara in that 3rd place position. being challenged by Chico and UCLA. So that third place position right now is a battle between Santa Barbara, Chico, and UCLA. There's another battle going on the course, though, in that first place position. Puget Sound has taken the lead back from UCLA. Got some good racing going on for that first place position, as well as third. Santa Barbara's not giving up, though, here. They're fighting to get into that mix of that top spot. .750 meters. UCLA Seaboat in first, 1 seat back, Puget Sound, 3 seats back, Santa Barbara. Chico and UCLA in the 4th place position, but bow ball to bow ball. Oregon's B boat in the 6th place position, but only down by a half a boat length. Santa Barbara has made a huge move and is now in 2nd place. They just overtook Puget Sound. So we have UCLA in 1st, Santa Barbara in 2nd, Puget Sound in 3rd as we cross the 1,000-meter mark. Over to you, Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia. The water conditions are near perfect here. Flat water in the middle 1,000. These crews have got to be enjoying that compared to yesterday's windstorm. And right now, the UCLA men in lane number 1 with their powder blue blades, very attractive color on their blades, they continue to lead this race as they watch 2nd and 3rd place duke it out behind them off their starboard side, Puget Sound and Santa Barbara. Both Puget Sound and Santa Barbara continue to push away and create more open water between them and the 3 trailing teams from the other UCLA boat. Again, UCLA has 2 boats in this race, Chico State and the B boat from Oregon. Now, Oregon, Chico State, and the B boat from UCLA, they're now all bow ball to bow ball, so it's a race for that 4th place position, but really the top 3 boats are what we're keeping an eye on because they go to the grand final. Santa Barbara now overtaking Puget Sound by an even greater margin. They did so a little bit earlier. It was by about a seat. They've now pushed out to a full 4 to 5 seat lead over Puget Sound. Puget Sound still in a good qualifying position, in 3rd place that is, but they've got to keep an eye on Oregon, Chico, and the UCLA B boat with 500 meters to go. Those 3 crews are getting closer to Puget Sound. UCLA at 35 strokes per minute. Santa Barbara at 34. Puget Sound at 35. Meanwhile, the 3 teams across the way, the Oregon B boat, UCLA B boat, they're all moving up. They're all trying to get closer to that Puget Sound boat. Chico State as well. Chico State and the other 2 teams, they're getting closer to Puget Sound. The question is, will any of them catch Puget Sound and move on to the grand final? It could be Oregon. It could be UCLA's B boat. But out in front, it's still the lead UCLA boat, followed by Santa Barbara. Puget Sound still holding on to 3rd place, but now Oregon challenging them. Oregon inside the Puget Sound boat. Oregon's got their bow ball at the Puget Sound stroke, 100 meters to go. UCLA still in the lead, going to the grand final. Santa Barbara for 2nd, going to the grand final. Puget Sound still in 3rd for the grand final, with Oregon chasing, followed by the B boat from UCLA and Chico State. We'll see them tomorrow in the grand final.
And on the course, we have a start for the Women's Varsity 4 Division 2, Division 3 Club third level final. In lane 1 is UC San Diego B Boat, lane 2 Pacific Lutheran, lane 3 Seattle Pacific, lane 4 Long Beach State, lane 5 Chapman, lane 6 Portland State, and lane 7 UC Santa Barbara's B Boat. So we have a 7-boat race here for the third level final. Past the 250-meter mark, the UC San Diego boat, B boat in lane 1 is out ahead, followed closely by Pacific Lutheran in lane 2. Third place is tied right now between Seattle Pacific, Long Beach State, and the Santa Barbara B boat out in the lane 7. Chapman and Portland State trailing. In this outside lane here, Santa Barbara has been making a strong push. The outside lane is sneaky. They can catch some crews by surprise, and they have. They are now in that second place position. We've got San Diego holding on to the lead, but Santa Barbara in lane 7 is pushing hard and in second place now. Third place, Pacific Lutheran, and open water back to Long Beach State and Seattle Pacific. UC San Diego holding on to that lead. Santa Barbara has moved up to about a half a boat length down. They pushed their bow into San Diego's boat. Both boats rowing at 35 strokes a minute. Pacific Lutheran in third. They are a half boat length back on Santa Barbara. San Diego took a nice move and pushed their bow out a full boat length now over Santa Barbara. So San Diego sitting solidly in first. Santa Barbara in second, being challenged by Pacific Lutheran, who's started to put the heat on. We've got open water back to our lanes 3 and 4 crews, Seattle Pacific and Long Beach State for that fourth place position. Going to turn it over to Bob here at the 1,000-meter mark. UC San Diego in the lead, Santa Barbara and Pacific Lutheran fighting for second place, and Seattle Pacific, Long Beach fighting for that fourth place position with Chapman and Portland State trailing.
And the third level final for the women's varsity 4 is D2, D3, and club, now at 1,250 meters. Leader remains lane 1, UC San Diego's B-boat. Second place is still extremely close between lane 2, Pacific Lutheran, and then all the way across the lake to lane 7, the B-boat from UC Santa Barbara. These top 3 crews have open water between themselves and the remaining field. Again, the winner of this event will be 13th place overall among the women's varsity fours. Fourth place is going to be lane number 3, Seattle Pacific. Seattle Pacific with open water over 5th place Long Beach State. Long Beach State with additional open water over Chapman, and Portland State in the trailing position quite back behind these front 6 boats. At 1,500 meters, it will continue to be UC San Diego's B boat. They're going to be first across the line, and now working out to that 2nd place position. It'll be Pacific Lutheran over UC Santa Barbara with 500 meters to go. So it's Pacific Lutheran in lane 2, moving slightly ahead of Santa Barbara as they cross the 1,500 meter line here in the 3rd level final for the women's varsity fours. Well, now Santa Barbara has fought back and they've taken water away from Pacific Lutheran here. So as they come into the last 300 meters, it's again a close race between Pacific Lutheran and Santa Barbara. Santa Barbara now up by about a seat, a deck, and maybe a seat over Pacific Lutheran. So Pacific Lutheran made the early move just past 1,500, but now Santa Barbara has responded and taken water back away from them for that 2nd place position. UC San Diego in lane 1, continuing in the lead out in front as the 3rd level final for the women's varsity fours now comes to an end. It's UC San Diego for that 1st place finish here. 13th overall among the women's varsity fours. Santa Barbara on the outside, overtaking Pacific Lutheran. Then back inside to Seattle Pacific. And the remaining teams from Long Beach, Chapman, and Portland State. We'll look down the lake now for the petite final of the women's varsity fours. That starts next, and that race is already underway at 500 meters.
Thanks, Bob. And yes, the race is underway. The petite final, the women's varsity 4. Our leader at 500 meters is Western Washington University's B boat. In 2nd place, we have Sonoma, and in 3rd, we have UC Irvine. This outside lane, UC San Diego in 4th. 5th place is Arizona State, and in 6th right now, we have UC Santa Barbara. Western Washington's B boat has a bow to stern advantage over Sonoma right now. Our 3rd place crew, UC Irvine, is a half a boat length down on Sonoma. Our 4th place crew, UC San Diego, bow to stern behind UC Irvine. So the crew from Western Washington solidly in the lead now. They look a little bit more relaxed, lower stroke rate. To the crew from Sonoma that's fighting hard to give them to come up on Washington. The 3rd place crew, Irvine, continuing to walk away from that 4th place crew, UC San Diego. At 900 meters into this race, we've got 2 different races going on now. We've got our top 3 crews, Western Washington, Sonoma, and Irvine in 3rd, in a race for those top 3 positions. And then we've got a good race going on with the UC San Diego crew, Arizona State, in Santa Barbara. Bob, I'll turn it over to you for the last 1,000 meters.
Well, thank you, Tricia, here for the petite final of the women's varsity fours. Remember, folks, the winner of this race can claim 7th place overall among the women's varsity fours for the Division II, Division III, and club programs. 3 boats in the lead right now, lanes 3, 2, 1 in that order. 3, 2, 1, the B boat from Western Washington, then Sonoma State, and then UC Irvine. Those are your 3 leading boats here. We then go inside to lane number 4, Arizona State. Arizona State in a close race with UC San Diego in the outside lane 6, and trailing is Santa Barbara in lane 5. These women's varsity fours are now at 1,250 meters. We'll give you the next call just past 1,500 meters as these varsity fours approach the spectator area. I can really hear the coxswains barking at their crews. At 1,500 meters, it will be Western Washington's B entry, first across the line, followed by continuing to be second place Sonoma State. Behind them, lane 1, UC Irvine. Comfortable open water margin between these top 3 crews and the remaining 3. In the 4th place position, it's now UC San Diego moving ahead of Arizona State, and UC Santa Barbara continuing in the final position. Again, the winner of this event will claim 7th place overall. Right now, that looks to be the B boat from Western Washington. .200 meters to go, Western Washington holding off Sonoma State, but Sonoma State right there. Sonoma State could make a move here and take this race away from Western Washington, who's been leading the whole way. Irvine continuing in 3rd. This is the petite final for the women's varsity fours, now finishing. The winner can claim 7th place among the women's varsity fours for the Division II, III, and club programs, and it's looking like Western Washington to the line.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have our petite final of the men's lightweight 4 underway on the course. In lane 1 is San Diego State, lane 2 Puget Sound, and lane 3 Long Beach State. We have a great race going on right now between all 3 crews. Puget Sound is in the lead by a half a boat length over San Diego State and Long Beach, who are dead even. So right now we have a very tight race, with Puget Sound leading by a half a boat length. Coming into 750 meters, Puget Sound with a 5-seat advantage over Long Beach State. Still even with San Diego State University. So we've got that first place crew of Puget Sound, but being paced stroke for stroke by San Diego and Long Beach. Puget Sound sitting there in first, waiting for one of these two crews to make a move. But right now, they can look at both crews on each side of them, Puget Sound in the middle of San Diego and Long Beach, and wait. They're rowing very long, understroking the two boats behind them. But San Diego and Long Beach, someone needs to make a move. At 1,000 meters, Puget Sound in the lead, even between San Diego State and Long Beach. Over to you, Bob.
The racing never stops at Lake Natoma. And here we see another race coming at us. It's the petite final for the men's lightweight fours. Lean and mean, that's how they like them for lightweight rowing. And you know the number one thing on these crews' minds is to win this race. The second thing is they want to eat afterwards. Lightweight rowing is never easy. Calorically deprived and yet totally inspired to go fast. These lightweight men, as they come down the lake, as you heard from Tricia, San Diego State and Long Beach State are dead even here. They're just pacing one another, waiting for the right moment to break out and move up. They're both chasing Puget Sound. Puget Sound, the middle boat here in lane 2, setting the pace. Lane 1, San Diego State, though, trying to push up a little closer to Puget Sound now at 1,250 meters. As lane 1, San Diego State tries to move up, they're going to find that the outside lane, Long isn't with them, and so Long Beach State now falling back into third place here for this petite final. The winner can claim 7th place overall among the standings. Well, San Diego State has done it. They've moved up. They've now pulled parallel with Puget Sound. So this is now anybody's race for 7th place as they come to the line. Long Beach State continues to fall back. They continue to hold on to third place by themselves here as lane 1 San Diego State challenges Puget Sound for that 7th place overall position among the men's lightweight fours. .350 meters to go, and now Puget Sound is responding. They've moved back up ahead of San Diego State. They got tired of that boat being so close to them, but San Diego State hanging tough, not breaking free so easily as the men's petite final for the lightweight four comes to the line. Will it be Puget Sound? Will it be San Diego State? Long Beach State still in third. It's still all about Puget Sound. They're holding on to it here as they come to the line. Men's lightweight fours, petite final now finishing. It's Puget Sound, San Diego State, and Long Beach State in that order. Winner is 7th place overall, and here comes that finish.
We are lining up for a start of the men's pair petite final. In lane 1, UC Irvine. Lane 2 is Portland State. Lane 3, Washington State. Lane 4, Sonoma State. And in lane 5, Arizona State. This is the men's pair petite final.
We've had a start in the petite final of the men's pair. We have a 5-boat race here. And as we saw this morning, steering can really affect these crews here. So right now we've got Portland State with a little bit of steering issues in these first 250 meters. Washington has the lead at the moment. Washington has the lead. Irvine in second. In third, we have Portland State and Sonoma. But as I mentioned, Portland State with some steering issues here. So Sonoma's taking advantage of that and solidifying that third place position. Arizona State trailing. Approaching 500 meters, we have Washington State. Irvine, 1 boat length down. They're in contact, but by a boat length. And then a boat length back is lane 4, Sonoma. We have open water to Portland, and then Arizona trailing. Second 500 meters here. Irvine has taken a big move here, and they're trying to move up into that first place position over Washington. Right now, they're about a half a boat length down, so they've moved up a half a boat length, rowing at a higher stroke rate than Washington right now. We've got 2 boat lengths of open water to Sonoma. Sonoma in that third place position. About 800 meters to go. The top crews here entering a particularly windy spot on the course. So the wind's picked up just a bit, throwing up some chop on the water. So not only do they need to handle their steering, but now they've got a little chop to deal with. Irvine and Washington appear to be even now for first as they approach 1,000 meters to go. There's about 4 boat lengths of open water to that third place crew from Sonoma, and a boat length of open water to Portland State. Arizona State trailing, and I'm going to turn it over to Bob.
And the men's pair petite final now coming into the second 1,000 meters. That leader that you heard from Tricia out in front, it is Portland State. Portland State with that lead over Sonoma State, going back to Washington State and then trailing Arizona State. Now these men's pairs looking good as they come down the course. Let me check one more thing here and I'll be right back with that next call. 5 boats on the course. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. I only had 4 on my schedule. So lane 1, Irvine. Lane 1, Irvine here, looking good as they come down the course. It's Irvine, followed by Washington State in second place. And then we go back to Portland State for third as we now approach 1,250 meters. A little bit of steering issues going on in lane 2, Portland State. Because they're having trouble with steering, they're being passed right now by lane number 4, Sonoma State. So again, steering in the pairs making a big difference here in how the boats finish. Steering is everything for blind boats. A straight line is a fast line, and Portland State, while taking some water back now, they've got to deal with Sonoma State, who's pulled even with them. Trailing continues to be Arizona State in the outside lane. Lane number 1, UC Irvine in the lead, followed by Washington State in lane 3. And now it's a 2-boat race for third place between Portland State and Sonoma State. The winner of this race can claim 7th place overall among the men's pairs. Irvine along the shore looking good as they come into the last 300 meters. Washington State pacing them back 1 length. Further back, Sonoma State and Portland State matching each other, bow ball for bow ball here as they come into the last 350 meters, with Arizona State trailing. The winner of this race is 7th overall in the men's pairs. The pair is the most difficult boat to row and race here at the WIRA Championships. Irvine, though, making it look so easy as they have commanded this race from start to finish. They are 100 meters away from a 7th place finish overall here in the petite final of the men's pairs. Following them, Washington State. Here comes that finish. And on the outside, Sonoma State overtaking Portland State for third with 100 meters to go.
We just saw the finish of the men's pair petite final, and currently lining up at the start is the women's pair petite final. In lane 1 is Santa Clara, lane 2, Seattle University, lane 3, UC Santa Barbara, lane 4, Arizona State, lane 5, UC Davis, and in lane 6, Chico State. The next race is the women's pair petite final.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have had a start in the petite final of the women's pair. All crews through the breakage zones. Got an official race. .250 meters, our early leaders with a very quick start was Santa Barbara. So in the front, Santa Barbara, and then we've got our crew in lane 6, Chico, battling with lane 1, Santa Clara, and lane 2, Seattle University for 2nd and 3rd and 4th place. We've got UC Davis and Arizona State trailing. Santa Barbara had a really great start here, but the crew from Chico in lane 6, they've snuck up on them and overtaken in the lead now. So we've got Chico in the lead, Santa Barbara in 2nd, with Santa Clara in 3rd. Our 4th place crew, Seattle University, bowed astern with that 3rd place crew, Santa Clara. Our leaders, Chico, bowed astern over Santa Barbara. Santa Clara in 3rd, they are a half a boat length down on Santa Barbara. And Santa Clara now beginning to create some space between the 4th place crew, Seattle, outside lane Chico, now sitting comfortably in 1st. They're able to look across the lake here and see the 2nd and 3rd place boats, Santa Clara and Seattle, Santa Clara and Santa Barbara battling it out for 2nd and 3rd. Seattle Pacific in 4th, but UC Davis now challenging Seattle Pacific. Arizona State bowed astern with UC Davis. Santa Clara has taken a big move now here and pulled themselves even with Chico. So Chico appearing to lose a little bit of steam here as Santa Clara has put the pressure on to bring themselves up into that 1st position. So we've got Santa Clara in the lead now, Chico about 3 seats down, and Santa Barbara in the 3rd place position. Those 3 crews have open water over the other 3 boats who are having a good race going on now for those last 3 spots. I'll make the call here at the 1,000. We've got Santa Clara in the lead, Chico in 2nd, Santa Barbara in 3rd, Arizona State now moving into that 4th place position, Seattle University and Davis. Turn it over to you, Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia. Always exciting to watch the pairs races. Again, because of the skill level required, racing pairs is not easy. They're not easy to set. They're not easy to row in terms of power application, and they're certainly not easy to steer. If you can master those 3 things, you're going to be good in a pair, and we're seeing these top 3 boats doing that as they come down the course. Now, lane 1, Santa Clara, as you mentioned, Tricia, they keep moving up and challenging Chico. They have overtaken Chico, and they continue to take water. Slowly, it's happening slowly. It's not a huge burst of speed. It's just a steady application of power that's had them move ahead of 2nd place Chico State now. UC Santa Barbara in the lane 3 with the yellow unis and the bright yellow blades with blue. That crew is still in 3rd. Behind them is Seattle Pacific and Arizona State. So Santa Barbara's got to keep an eye on them, keep them behind them if it wants a finish here in the petite final. UC Davis continues in the trailing position. Davis from just across the causeway over there, the University of California, Davis, with a long rowing program, rowing on the Deep Ship Channel. Great to see him here on the water, and their women's pair steering a good course here, coming down Lake Natoma. The Broncos from Santa Clara continue to push away, now past 1,250 meters, as they move towards the finish line. This is a petite final, so the winner of this race takes 7th place overall in the women's pairs. All right, here we go for the petite final for the women's pairs, now past 1,500 meters. It will be Santa Clara, followed by Santa Barbara now overtaking Chico for that 2nd place position. Chico still in a 3rd place position here, but now they've got Santa Barbara to deal with. Behind Santa Barbara and Chico, we have Seattle University, and then Arizona State, followed by UC Davis. Folks, another thing to keep in mind, the pair race is a longer race. The distance is the same, but these athletes have to be really strong and fit because the time it takes to row the race is longer, being it's a smaller boat. It moves slower. So you're looking at a race that's, in some cases, 1 to 2 minutes longer than the other races, and considering how much pain these rowers are in, that is a long time. So a lot of credit to these rowers for doing a great job here in this event. 200 meters to go for the leader, Santa Clara University. Santa Barbara in 2nd here in the petite final. Chico State in 3rd. Chico State coming from the Thermalito Forebay up near the city of Oroville. Then we go to Seattle University for 4th, Arizona State for 5th, Davis for 6th. Petite final for the women's pairs now finishing. It's about Santa Clara. They've had a great course, great technique, and it's paying off here as they come to the finish line first. The big thing is just watch out for those big red buoys as you cross the line.
Underway on the course right now is the men's novice 4 3rd level final at 600 meters into the race. Seattle University is out in the lead. Our 2nd place crew is UC Davis, and in that 3rd place position is the University of Oregon. Crews have open water over our 4th place crew from Long Beach. Lane 7 Pacific Lutheran is in that 5th place position, followed by Humboldt and Sonoma trailing. Seattle University has an open water advantage over the field here in that 1st place position, and we've got a good battle going on here in that 2nd place position between University of Oregon and UC Davis. So Davis and Oregon trying to solidify that 2nd place position, but so far this race they've been trading back and forth. They're dead even right now. Open water over the 4th place crew from Long Beach. Long Beach being challenged by Pacific Lutheran on this outside lane 7. Approaching the 1,000 meter mark, Seattle University has extended their lead. Now a solid boat length of open water. University of Oregon in second at this point by a half a boat length over UC Davis. Long Beach has now made contact with UC Davis as Pacific Lutheran is charging on Long Beach. This is going to be a good race as it unfolds down the course. Over to you, Bob.
Well, thank you, Tricia. The racing never stops here. As soon as one race is done, the next is already 500 meters in. And here comes another one. This is the 3rd level final for the men's novice 4s. And that leader out in front, lane number 2, Seattle University, rowing away like a rocket ship here with open water between them and UC Davis in lane 1 and Sonoma State in lane 4. Correction, lane 5, Oregon. Oregon in that 3rd place position. So these novice 4s are pretty spread out here. We're going to give you another call as they get closer to 1,500, but it clearly is Seattle University in the lead, followed by Davis in 2nd. Oregon in that 3rd place position, and then behind them, Long Beach in lane 3, then Sonoma State lane 4, then outside the Pacific Lutheran in 6th place, followed by State. And actually, folks, I got that wrong, sorry. A lot of hours in the sun up here on the hill. Humboldt State in 6th place here, not in the final position. That would be Sonoma State. I apologize for that. All boats rowing cleanly, though. Now at 1,500 meters, it continues to be Seattle. This is a 3rd level final, so the winner of this event can claim 13th place overall. Now, Oregon has been rowing a good race. They are currently overall in 14th place here. If you look at the total standings, they are moving up closer and about to overtake UC Davis here in the men's novice 4 3rd level final. So Oregon looking to move up from 15th to 14th place overall as Davis along the shore finds Oregon slipping by in the middle lanes. Davis along the shore has to keep an eye now on Long Beach State as they are moving up closer to them. Davis was in that 2nd place position for the longest time, but Long Beach State now moving up to challenge for that 3rd place position and possibly take it away from Davis here in the 3rd level final. And there they go. Long Beach State just took it away. They just got their bow ball ahead of Davis, and now they move up. On the outside, Pacific Lutheran still moving. They might catch Davis as well. Behind them, Humboldt State, and then finally Sonoma State. Way out in front, Seattle University. First of the line, they're going to be 13th overall among the men's novice 4s. I can hear the Oregon kids shouting out the letter O as their boat takes 2nd here in the 3rd level final. Long Beach State charging for 3rd, Davis for 4th, Pacific Lutheran for 5th, Humboldt State for 6th, Sonoma State for 7th, as the 3rd level final for the men's novice 4s now concludes.
And we have a start for the men's novice 4 petite final. This is the last men's race of the day. In lane 1, Sac State. Lane 2, Western Washington. Lane 3, UCLA. Lane 4, Southern Oregon University. Lane 5, UC Santa Barbara. And lane 6, UC San Diego. This is the men's novice 4 petite final, last men's race of the day. We'll turn it over to Tricia on the water for the race call.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have the men's novice 4 petite final on the course here. Approaching 250 meters in the race. We've got a very tight race between our crews in lanes 1, 2, 3, 5, and 6. So between those crews, we've got a great race going on to establish positions early. Sacramento State has a slight advantage right now over all of those crews. Western Washington and UCLA in a tight battle for second. Santa Barbara and UC San Diego in a close race for third. But all of these crews are in contact with each other. We have Southern Oregon in that trailing position. Sacramento State's beginning to walk away now at the 500-meter mark. They've got about a half a boat length advantage on the UCLA boat rowing in lane 3. Western Washington and Santa Barbara in a good race for that third place position. Got great conditions out here. Nice glassy water in this first 1,000 meters. Sacramento State is beginning to lengthen out and walk away now. So they've got a half a boat length advantage over UCLA. UCLA now a half a boat length up on Western Washington. Western Washington in that third place position is bow to stern over Santa Barbara. UC San Diego in lane 6 in 5th with Southern Oregon trailing. UCLA seems to be making a move now on that first place crew from Sacramento State. So UCLA on the hunt, taking a great move try to take the lead away from Sacramento State. UCLA has moved up to within 2 seats of Sacramento State. Western Washington bow to stern in that third place position as they go through the 1,000-meter mark. Bob, I'll turn it over to you.
Well, thank you, Tricia. This UCLA crew is proving to be quite tenacious. They are showing that they've got claws, and they're letting those bear claws come out, and they are trying to swat the hornets away and take that first place position. The Bruins, they love to ruin another team's lead, and they're trying to do that right now with 1,000 meters to go. In that third place position, it continues to be lane 2, Western Washington. Western Washington holding off the Gauchos from Santa Barbara in lane 5. The Gauchos wearing the bright yellow unis in lane 5. Santa Barbara continues to hold off their Southern California rivals, UC San Diego in lane 6. UC San Diego in 5th place. Trailing is Southern Oregon University, but keep in mind, folks, Southern Oregon Here they are in the petite final. There's 3 finals for this event, and they already made the second final in their first year of existence. So big credit to Southern Oregon University. Great showing for them here this year in their first appearance at WIRA Championships. As we approach 1,500 meters, it's Sacramento State and UCLA, too close to call, as the Bruins have clawed their way up, almost dead even now with the Hornets from Sacramento State, here in the petite final for the men's novice 4. The winner of this event can claim 7th place overall. It's still a slight advantage to Sacramento State, but not much. Anything could happen here as they both cross the 1,500-meter line in tandem and face the last 500 meters together. Western Washington still in 3rd, Santa Barbara in 4th, UC San Diego in 5th, and Southern Oregon University in 6th. And UCLA has now moved into the lead ahead of Sacramento State. They have put on the afterburners, and the Bruins are pushing away every stroke now from Sacramento State. Sac State in 2nd place. Western Washington still in 3rd place, but now they're trying to catch Sacramento State. If UCLA wins this, they can claim 7th place overall among the men's novice 4s. UCLA continues to push away and make that lead grow. They hit the button and away they go. It's unbelievable here as they come to the line. They are showing a lot of speed here in the last 500 meters. Meanwhile, Sacramento State has their hands full with Western Washington. Western Washington moving up to challenge Sacramento State. Santa Barbara still in 4th. UC San Diego in 5th. Southern Oregon in 6th. And look at this. Western Washington now. Western Washington, even with Sacramento State, almost pulling ahead. UCLA first to the line. It could be Western Washington. It looks like they have it by a deck. Too close to call from the hill.
And we have a start for the women's Novice 4 third final. This is the second to last race of today. In lane 1, UC San Diego. Lane 2, Humboldt State. Lane 3, Long Beach State. Lane 4, Lewis and Clark. And in lane 5, UC Davis. This is the women's Novice 4 third final. We'll turn it over to the announcers in the water for the race call.
And we have a great race going on here in this third level final for the women's Novice 4. We have a 5-boat race. And right now, all 5 boats within contact of each other, separated by just a half a boat length as we are getting close to the 400-meter mark. The slight advantage, I'm going to give it to Long Beach. So Long Beach about a seat up over lane 5, UC Davis.
And folks, as you heard Tricia say, the third level final for the women's Novice 4 underway. Their motorboat had to be pulled away to address an issue on the water quickly, so I'll be making a call here from the hill. These boats all now crossing the 500-meter line. Top 3 boats are spaced out, but it's lanes 1, 3, and 5. UC San Diego, Long Beach, and UC Davis, the 3 boats in the lead. It's a little too tight for me to call the leader from the Rattlesnake Hill viewpoint at this point. The 2 trailing boats are going to be Lewis and Clark and Humboldt State University. As they get closer to 750 meters, we'll give you a more accurate call. But again, all 5 boats rowing cleanly here in the third level final of the women's Novice 4s. And it's lane number 5 in the lead. That's UC Davis here in the women's Novice 4 event for the third level final. In the lead over lane number 3, Long Beach State. Long Beach State in second place over lane 1, UC San Diego. In that 4th place position, it's going to go back to Lewis and Clark. Lewis and Clark with a slight advantage over Humboldt State in 5th place. Now, Lewis and Clark and Humboldt State in contact with each other before we hit the halfway markers, but it's Davis now really moving out to an open water lead as they approach the halfway line. Lane 3, Long Beach State has got to keep an eye on lane 1, UC San Diego. UC San Diego moving up to challenge Long Beach State for that 2nd place position here in the third level final for the women's Novice 4s. At 1,000 meters, and the crews walk through them. Now, Lewis and Clark is trying to catch lane 1 UC San Diego. Humboldt State continues to push away from Long Beach State. So it's Davis in the lead. UC San Diego still in 2nd. Lewis and Clark now in 3rd. Humboldt State moving up to 4th. Long Beach State falling back to 5th in the third level final for the women's Novice 4s. All boats now approaching 1,500 meters. 5 boats are now across 1,500. The boat placement remains the same. Davis in the lead, UC San Diego in second, Lewis and Clark in third, Humboldt State in fourth, Long Beach State in fifth. The spacing between the boats also remains about the same. Davis with open water up in first place. If Davis wins this race, they claim 13th place overall among the women's novice fours. Lewis and Clark slowly getting a bit closer to UC San Diego in lane 1. Lewis and Clark has held a very steady race plan here, as they have not been going fast and slow up and down. They've just been going steady. They are getting a little closer to UC San Diego, but now UC San Diego, sensing a threat, seems to be taking up the stroke rate. .200 meters to go, and Davis out in front by themselves. If they take this to the finish line, Davis has 13th place overall on the women's novice fours. Look at this race, though, with Lewis and Clark and UC San Diego. If you're with either one of those teams, you should get down to the finish line right now, because it's turning into a bow ball to bow ball battle. This is going to be a photo finish between Lewis and Clark and UC San Diego. Humboldt State in fourth, Long Beach State fifth. From the top of Rattlesnake Hill, I can't make the call between Lewis and Clark and UC San Diego for these women's novice fours. And now it's UC San Diego working up. Looks like they're going to get there first, but a great race between them and Lewis and Clark.
And we have our last race of the day on the course here, the women's novice 4 petite final. In lane 1, UC Irvine. Lane 2, Puget Sound. Lane 3, Arizona State. Lane 4, UC Santa Barbara. Lane 5, Southern Oregon University. And lane 6, Pacific Lutheran. All crews are through the breakage zone and approaching 250 meters. Got our petite final here, so a race for 7th through 12th place. And out of the gates, Puget Sound is taking overall that first place position. The remaining 5 crews are all within contact of each other here for those other spots. Puget Sound in the lead, open water, back to lane 5, Southern Oregon. Southern Oregon pacing nicely, one boat length, one seat down Pacific Lutheran for those second and third place positions. So Puget Sound in the lead here through the first 500 meters. They have a boat length of open water over second place Pacific Lutheran, third place Southern Oregon, and too close to call for fourth place between UC Irvine and Arizona. Santa Barbara trailing. Puget Sound is continuing to lengthen their lead here. And in the battle for second, Southern Oregon, a new program to WIRA's, has now solidified that second place position. Pacific Lutheran is in third, about a deck length down from Southern Oregon. So our first place crew, Puget Sound, sitting comfortably and watching the crews behind really battle it out for the remaining positions here. We've got a 4-boat race going on for second and third place. So with a slight advantage is Southern Oregon University. Pacific in third. UC Irvine has an edge in fourth, just a seat over Arizona State. That 4-boat race going on for places 2 through 3, all within contact of each other. Puget Sound has lengthened their lead now. They have a solid 2, maybe 3 boat lengths of open water over the field. And Southern Oregon is now beginning to put the heat on and walking away from Pacific Lutheran. They've extended themselves here about 3/4 of a boat length over Southern Oregon, Pacific Lutheran. Pacific Lutheran being challenged now by Arizona State. Puget Sound here really showing that they want the win here. They are going for it. They're probably going for time. They are going for their season here, really pushing out. They've got 4, maybe 5 boat lengths open water over the field now. Southern Oregon in second place. A half a boat length down now is Arizona State. Fourth place is now a battle between Irvine and Pacific Lutheran. Southern Oregon in second, but they need to watch out here as Arizona State is taking a very good move. They have walked up. They're only a seat down now from taking over that second place position. So Arizona State on the move, on the hunt right now. And they have just taken over Southern Oregon for that second place position. So Arizona State in second, Southern Oregon University in third, Irvine in fourth, with Pacific Lutheran in that 5th place position and Santa Barbara trailing. Coming into the spectator viewing area now, Puget Sound with their commanding lead and very long, relaxed stroke. Second place, Arizona State. Southern Oregon University not giving up, though. They are maintaining that third place position, and we'll see what they can do as we get into this final sprint here. Irvine in fourth, and Pacific Lutheran in fifth. Arizona just one seat above Southern Oregon right now, so we have got a great race going on here for that second place position. .250 meters to go. Pacific Puget Sound way out in front. Southern Oregon University in second now. Arizona State in third. Too close to call for fourth place. Last 100 meters here.
And that's a wrap for today. See you tomorrow.